Hi, everybody. Good morning. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms out there, plus YouTube and 97.3 HD2. I was looking yesterday, actually, just to see how many people watch the show on YouTube. It's more than I would have thought. I didn't think that many people use that as a method for just kind of taking in the show. I know people use the clips and stuff like that, but I think yesterday we had like almost 5,000 people listening on YouTube, or watching, I guess, on YouTube. Maybe they're doing one or the other. I thought that was pretty cool. That's more than I would have thought. I would have guessed like maybe half that. So that's pretty cool. So maybe that'll grow. Maybe there'll be more people watching and or listening on YouTube. We appreciate that. It's a good way to interact with the show. You can, see how Brock looks every day. You can see the camera flash in the other room on Lyle and more. You can always check to see, whether Lyle's, here and awake. Good morning, Lyle. How are you, buddy?
Awake.
You see the big news today? Came out last night.
Are you going to tell me it's about Shohei?
I'm not going to tell you it's about Shohei. I'm going to tell you that Avery Salk is a pretty happy gal today.
Oh.
Not only is Riker Evans getting a new deal, which for Avery is kind of a big deal, but Taylor Swift announced her new album is coming out on the Kelsey podcast. Were you not aware?
Oh, yeah, that I saw. That's going to be the most listened to podcast in the history of anything.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, it should actually be pretty good,
Brock.
don't you think? I know. Don't tell Brock. He thinks Taylor's done. He thinks ever since Taylor got political that she's not in the news anymore. Nobody likes her anymore. It's like, well, she just hasn't had an album. Now she's going to have an album, and my guess is it'll do pretty well. All right. So anyway, that's the big news. I saw this morning. This kind of jumped out to me, and I was curious what you guys – did you guys see this? USA Today Sports. I never know what to make of USA Today Sports, by the way. I find that USA Today is all over the map. There's some like reputable stuff in there, and then other things where I will just totally shake my head of like, I don't know who's writing this. That FT For the Win site they have too is also a little weird. So I never know how much stock to put into anything on that site. But this was a ranking, Maura, of the, I think it's 16 rookie quarterbacks who played in week 1 of the preseason. Okay. I've never heard of some of these people. I just want to be clear, but I will give you.
Wait, the quarterback aficionado?
I had not heard of some of these. I'm sorry, 17 rookie quarterbacks threw a pass. 16 of them made their pro debut. Here you go. These are, here's the ranking. Do you know who Graham Mertz is?
Can't say that I do.
Okay, well, then I'm not alone. Oh, yeah, of course I do. Who is he?
Well, he was a quarterback at Wisconsin. Then he transferred to, I think, Miami.
He did go to Florida.
Or Florida.
Close, yes. Graham Mertz, he plays for the Texans, and he was 17th. He didn't do very well. Threw an interception. Number 16 was Quinn Ewers, who we talked about, right? And if you remember, I'm not a big fan. 16th from his first snap. Ewers looked out of sorts in his NFL debut. Goes on from there, not surprised. Kyle McCord, another name we talked about a little bit, right, in the offseason. He's the old guy from Syracuse, right?
The old guy.
Much like Ewers, McCord appeared unprepared for NFL action in his first game as a pro. The Eagles' backup only completed 1 of his first 5 passes, which meant he had as many completions as he had interceptions. Not a good start for Mr. McCord.
He's 22 years old.
Yeah. He's not the old one? Who's the old one? Oh, it's Tyler Shuck is the old one. Sorry. Riley Leonard. We talked about him even a little bit, right? Kid from Notre Dame. With Indianapolis, 14th. He was less overtly bad compared to those of Mertz, Ewers, and McCord. Played the entire second half, but ran into trouble a few times. Number 13. All right, do you know who this is, Lyle? Taylor Elgersma?
That one, I don't think so.
Oh, you don't know Taylor?
Well, the first 3 or 4 you've read off, yes. But
Well, I knew
one...
those two other than the first guy. But Taylor Elgersma is apparently a backup with the Packers. Not a ton to take away from Elgersma's quick debut with the Packers. Completed 3 of his 4 passes for 24 yards. Looked decent enough. Anyway, okay, there's somebody named Elgersma. He's Canadian. That's all I know.
Yeah, he's from Ontario. He should be playing hockey.
Thank you, Maura. Do you know who number 12 is? Connor Bazelak? Bazelak? I don't know how to pronounce it. Bazelak. You know who that is?
I don't think so.
Well, he's with the Tampa Bay Bucks, and Connor looked really nice in his short outing with Tampa Bay. Similar with Elgersma, it was hard to take too much away from just 9 pass attempts. Number 11 is Tyler Shuck, who is with the New Orleans Saints, right? He had a couple of welcome to the NFL moments, but also had some really notable parts of Sunday's performance. So a little bit up and down for him. Number 10, I've never heard of this name. Brady Cook. Do you know who Brady Cook is or what team he's with?
That name rings a bell. I'm blanking on where he went to college.
He doesn't say here, but Brady Cook is with the Jets now. The best word to describe Cook in his debut outing with the Jets is comfortable. Moment didn't seem too big for the undrafted free agent who looked poised in the pocket. Goes on from there. Brady Cook.
Missouri. That's
Okay,
what it was.
yeah, there's Brady Cook. Number 9 is DJ. How do you pronounce the last name?
Uyunglele.
There you go. DJ Uyunglele. DJ Uyunglele. He threw one pass, completed it for a 51-yard gain. Slightly underthrown, maybe could have been a touchdown, but it's hard to knock him too much given the result. All right, well, he's number 9. Number 8 is Max Brosmer. Do you remember him? I think we talked about him. Isn't he the guy who went to Minnesota and now he's with the Vikings? If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. That's Max Brosmer. I think he transferred from like a Northeast school, Northeastern, or maybe one of the Ivy League schools. Anyway,
New Hampshire to Minnesota.
it's close enough. Maybe not to the Ivy League. In any event, he was number 8 with the Vikings. Number 7 was Jalen Milroe. Here's what it said. Milroe's legs were the true star of his debut outing with Seattle, but he made several good plays with his arm too. Milroe was second on the team with 38 rushing yards on 3 attempts and had slightly better marks in his completion rate and passer rating than fellow with Seahawks quarterback Drew Lock. The 2 best throws he made were his zone beater passes that got to Ricky White over the hand of a linebacker and just in front of the cornerback, as well as his play action bootleg throw to Tyler Broden Jr. to get Seattle in the red zone. And it says, yes, Jalen Milroe, you have my attention. He says Milroe could still learn to trust his arm a bit more than his legs. There were a few scrambles that felt preemptive and unnecessary, but there's clear dual threat potential in his game that the Seahawks may be looking to exploit down the road. Cool. Now, as for the people he has above him, Cam Miller was also in that game with the Raiders. Don't tell me that guy had a better debut than Jalen Milroe. Stop. That's ridiculous. Cam Ward at number 5. Yikes. Number 4 was Shador. We've talked quite a bit about him, and he sounds like he's got a shot now maybe to even start. Do you know who Ben Woldridge is?
No.
You should, Maura. He is the backup quarterback for the New England Patriots, or at least a backup, and he comes in 3rd in this. Then Seth Hennigan.
I mean, I think Dobbs is going to be their actual backup.
All right, fine, if you want to get technical. Ben Woldridge, there's a D in there. Seth Hennigan, and then Jackson Dart. So of like actual quarterbacks that could be playing at any point in their career, 3rd here behind Jackson Dart, I guess Shador and Cam Ward, so maybe 4th. Still, that's pretty good. I thought he looked good. I'd like to see more of it. I mean, I know we're going to see some Sam Darnold in the game this week. It's just fine. I want to see Sam. I want to see what that looks like. That's important. And I just don't need to see a lot of Drew Lock. If you got to give him a series just to kind of like show that he's, there, fine. But don't you want to see some element of Jalen Milroe with the better talent around him? Not just 3rd stringers and guys that are going to be cut in a couple of days? Because he's not going to be.
I mean, I do, but I don't get the sense, like, to me, they had a pretty tight rein on him and weren't letting him do a lot last game anyway. So I don't get the sense that that's what they're looking to do.
I don't get that sense either. But
it would be fun.
But I would
that.
like to. I just, I don't know. Drew Lock, and I was talking to Bump about this, and they interviewed him a week or 2 ago. And Bump said what stood out to him was just how comfortable in his skin Drew Lock felt, right? Just a guy who kind of knows who he is, and it maybe feels a little bit like at this point he's just accepted. Like, yeah, I'm a backup quarterback in the NFL. That's who I am. Cool. That's great. And he's pretty good at it. Like, I got no issues with Drew Lock. This is not a shot. I just don't need to see him much in the preseason. He's been in the league for like 7 years. This guy, he's started plenty of NFL football games. Yeah, let him get to know the offense. Fine. He can do most of that in practice. Fine. Drew Lock has been around long enough. He should be able to figure this out. I want to see Jalen Milroe. I want to see a guy with upside.
If you're going to have a guy that needs to sit and learn, getting him as much experience in the preseason as possible would be beneficial, but I think the worry that you're going to get him hurt also creeps in.
Well, I don't know. I think that the experience factor would balance that out for me anyway. Yeah, all right, maybe you don't want him to get hurt, but I mean, there's only so many people you can protect, and you can only get experience one way. You've got to go out and play in NFL games, and if you're not available to play in like actual NFL games during the regular season, then you got to do as much of it as possible in the preseason. So I hope to see him. I would like to see more than 1/2 worth of Jalen Milroe in this game, but that's just my opinion. All right. Let's see. We're going to take a little break here. We'll come back. I'll give you guys everything you need to know. There's some cool Mariner stuff today that I want to make sure we get to, including a farm system ranking that is, I mean, when you pair it with everything else going on with this organization right now, it really starts to stand out. So we'll do that. We'll let you hear from Ryan Divish. We've got Jeff Passan later today. Tory Horton, Seahawks wide receiver, is going to join us at 7 o'clock. So a whole bunch of stuff going on. Stick around. Be fun. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow.
With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Let's go.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Let's go.
Feeling the heat? Cool off with Home Comfort Alliance. It's the final days of the warehouse clearance sale with savings up to 25% on brand new 2024 heat pumps and ACs while supplies last. And PSC customers, listen up. Add AeroSeal duct sealing for as little as $99. That's over $2,000 in savings. For heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, trust Home Comfort Alliance. Go to homecomfortalliance.com and tell them John Curley sent you.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on nearly every hole and tree-lined fairways, Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those that want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yep, Mariners start a 9-game road trip tonight, and this one is a big one and a tough one. 3 East Coast cities. They start in Baltimore, then to go see the Mets in Queens, and then down to Philadelphia. George Kirby and Dean Kramer will get it started tonight at Camden Yards, but it sounds like all these games, at least in Baltimore, are going to be weather permitting. There's rain expected. It's supposed to be super hot in the Northeast right now. The Orioles are 12 games below 500. Not very good, but worth noting, played the Mariners tight here earlier this season, and you know what their record is at home? Just 1 game under 500. So they've been a whole lot better when they play in Camden Yards, and they still got some dudes on that team. The Mets have lost 7 straight, but they are 38-21 at home. The Phillies are really good everywhere, but they're also really good at home, 37-21. So not an easy road trip by any stretch. I don't know what you need to come away with. You're probably not going to go 8-1 or do anything similar to what you just did at home. But if you can come out of this thing 4-5, that would be, I think, actually a huge win, and then give you the opportunity once you get through this murderous August stretch to get into September and really start to do some damage again. They're a good team. Mark DeRosa impressed on MLB Network.
They have all the pieces. They truly do. Now, do I think that means that they represent the American League in the World Series? That's to be determined. Yeah. I still pick the Red Sox. I had a thing with them. I just felt like young and hot. But if I'm Dan Wilson, I wake up this morning, they're in Baltimore, and I'm saying to myself as I'm brushing my teeth, drinking my cup of coffee, looking out on the harbor, going, we're the best team in American League.
Wow, we're the best team in the American League, he would say. He's having, a dalliance with the young, hot Red Sox? What's up with that? Easy, DeRosa.
There's reasons to like the Red Sox.
I know, but is it because they're young and hot? Something about the way he said it just didn't sit right with me there. Any event, should be a fun one here as the Mariners head east and take on 3 teams that, I think this will be an interesting challenge for them.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, since we're making this weird, now you know what? I'm just not going to go there. Scoreboard watching. I'll just keep this straight. Scoreboard watching in full effect right now. So Houston beats Boston last night to take a full game lead in the division, though the Red Sox slip another notch below the Mariners, which is good news. Yankees win, Tigers win, Detroit and Cleveland off. So now you know what happened. I liked this story, though. MLB pipeline rankings are out. They have a new top 100 now that the draft is complete. And the Mariners have 9 players in the top 100. That's nuts. That's a crazy amount, right? If you just think about it, there's 30 teams in baseball. Each team should have 3 and a third players in the top 100.
And that's with Cole Young graduating, too. He's
That's
not
right.
a prospect anymore.
So it would be 10, maybe. I mean, like, because they had a couple guys really near the back end of it. But still, 9 out of 100 is a incredible testament to this organization and what they didn't give up at the deadline. So the numbers are this: 11, Colt Emerson, 22, Kate Anderson, 29, Las Montes, 40, Harry Ford, 42, Ryan Sloan, who, by the way, was just promoted to high A, so you can see him in Everett. 61, Michael Arroyo, 83, Johnny Farmello, 95, Saintja, and then 97, Felnine Celestine. You know what else I like about this? I like the balance. 3 infielders, 3 starting pitchers, 2 outfielders, and a catcher. Mariners kind of have the entire diamond covered except for one position in the top of their system, and that's first base. And you just traded the one guy in your system who played it, Tyler Locklear. That doesn't necessarily mean anything other than this. I don't think you can start talking to Josh Naylor right now about a contract extension. I don't know whether he wants to listen. We had that sound from Buster Olney last week saying that, look, he's 2 months away from finally getting to free agency. He's probably going to want to test the market. Fine. I don't necessarily blame him. But Josh Naylor is 27 or 28. He is a perfect fit for this offense. He does all of the things that you want to see him do at T-Mobile Park. He hits for power. He hits line drives. He sprays the ball everywhere. He doesn't strike out a lot. He's playing good defense. He brings an edge. Like, this is a guy you want to re-sign. He also shouldn't be crazy, out of control expensive. Not that he won't get paid. He should get paid and might be close to $20 million a year. But that's a guy I think you want to re-sign, partly because I don't know what else you've got coming up at the first base position.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, Seahawks practice yesterday, a little bit more of a walkthrough. McDonald called these ACT practices, ACT, accountability, communication, and technique. All right, no Ken Walker, though it does sound like that could change soon. He says they do have a plan. They also plan to make a decision at some point at right guard and center.
Right now, the plan is not to rotate. I think we're narrowing in on what we want to do. We have a process, so right now we just want to stick to it.
All right, they got a process, and according to Bob Condotta, it sounds like that process involves Anthony Bradford starting at right guard.
The other guy is Anthony Bradford, and I know that doesn't. I know the name Anthony Bradford doesn't excite Seahawks fans probably, but you do hear people talk about the way he has improved this year, the way he attacked the offseason. You know, he came to camp last year. He battled some injuries. This year, he's a guy who's been out there every single day, every single play. And right now, I think he's your starting right guard, and I think he's kind of won that job. I think they challenged him with that. They did throw a couple other guys at that job, Christian Haynes in particular, but Laumea was the guy who played that spot at the end of last year, and right now he's beaten those guys out, and he's won that job.
Pretty cool, surprising, and I'm curious what Brock has to say about all that, because that sounded like he was the guy who fit the least with the scheme they were trying to run, so curious where that goes. As I mentioned, Kraken signed Riker Evans to a 2-year deal. Gives them a little time to figure out exactly what he is. That is everything you need to know. And, of course, we do that 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Just one little follow-up there on the strength of this Mariner system. Do you see this note that was sent over? I think you were copied on it also, Lyle, from David McCune about essentially assigning points for players in the top 100. So, like, number 1 would get 100 points, number 2, 99, number 3, 98, and all the way down. If you add up in total the Mariners' total points doing it that way, they would get to 429. The next highest would be the Detroit Tigers at 326. So, like, just the sheer volume of players they've got, plus the number of players that are high up in these rankings, it's unbelievable. Like, it's almost no matter how you look at this organization right now, whether it's the lineup, which is killing it, and I wrote about it last night, and if you want to go find that, it's at seattlesports.com. I did go through the numbers as to whether or not this is the best Mariner lineup of all time. Go read the article, and then you can decide what you think. But, yeah. The organization is right now maybe the best team in the American League. They've got as good odds as anybody in the AL to go to the World Series. And they're stacked in the farm system for years to come with all kinds of depth and high-level talent. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this in Mariner history. We'll be right back with Ryan Divish. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
With preseason game 1 in the books.
Here's Milroe rolling out to the right side and throws a dart.
The work continues going into the final week of training camp. Whose stock is on the rise?
Jalen played well.
Who's on the bubble?
You know, Oots can run for a 270-pounder.
Nobody has the Seahawks covered like Seattle Sports.
You felt the line of scrimmage. You felt the physicality.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
On 710, the Seattle Sports app and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. I do want to talk about Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Luxury awaits, and I had the chance to go see it last week in a little sneak preview. It's now open as of Friday, and it is stunning. It really is stunning. Get inside the new hotel. Check out the spa. Check out the pool. Check out the amazing new sports bar, which was about as nice as anything I've seen in the Northwest. And then check out the expanded non-smoking gaming floor as well. It all looks beautiful. You can book a room at snocasino.com. Yes, Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
What does it take to get justice for a man paralyzed after a cycling accident? Thousands of documents reviewed, hundreds of thousands of dollars paid for experts and investigations, and over 6 years of hard-fought litigation fighting all the way to the Washington State Supreme Court. Because when King County said he deserved nothing, we proved he deserved better. $10 million better.
Everything that could be done was being done to help us.
Chris did a great job. Call Davis Law Group today at 206-888-8888.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports. Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, how about this? Ryan Divish is back and has been for about a week and a half or so. Ryan, good morning. How are you, man?
Morning, guys.
We missed you.
Beautiful day here. Oh, thanks. I missed you guys too, I think. Maybe not Lyle, but I want to thank Lyle for my first day back at the field. He wore pants or shorts that fit him.
Yeah.
And so they were age appropriate shorts, and that was good.
We've been working on them before.
So what did our texter text about Lyle? It kind of nailed it last week. What do you remember that?
No.
Why does he always speak as if deer in the headlights? It's deer in headlights approach to life. Oh, deer in headlights approach to life. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Don't you think that sums it up fairly well?
Well, I mean, I feel like it's because he's like one of the freshmen on Dazed and Confused, where they're just pummeled to death all the time. So they've got the deer in the headlight look. It's a movie Lyle hasn't seen.
No chance
he's
seen that.
Probably should see it. Yeah, quality movie. Yeah, he should see that movie. I mean, in his moviecation, he should be seeing Dazed and Confused. So.
Well, he won't know any of the music, so none of it will make any sense to him. It'll be totally
You guys
lost
can't remember
on
that
him.
that's actually an assignment you gave him? He already watched it.
Oh, you watched Dazed and Confused? Oh, did you like it? Oh, he didn't like it. That was the one you liked the least, right?
No, it was good.
No, you didn't like it. Get out of here. You can tell by the way he says it. Before we dig into the Mariners.
His voice goes octave high when he's lying. Oh, no, it's good.
What we are going to talk Mariners here, which we've been doing all morning long, and they're on fire and all that. But I did want to ask you, because what you did was pretty cool. I mean, you were, coaching this youth team and living back in Montana for the last few months. What did you learn?
Well, I learned that I could get ejected from 2 games without actually cursing, which was pretty interesting. I learned a lot about kids these days, and like. I mean, the age range on my team was 15 or 14 years old to 19 years old. It was an American Legion team. We had some younger kids on our team that kind of were bench guys or kind of were on our JV team and varsity team. And then I had kids getting ready to go to college. And, none of them know how to, talk to people, specifically girls, without using their phone and using Snapchat, which is one of the more annoying things I've ever been around. Yeah. But, when talking to each other and stuff, these guys are the kids are just so much more comfortable with who they are and what they want to say than I was. I mean, I was rigid, it's growing up with a dad that was a drill sergeant in the Army for a while, you don't really say a whole lot about how you feel about things, but these kids aren't like that. So it was really, it was probably the best summer of my life, honestly. Just getting a chance to do that, taking a break from the grind and the travel of the Mariners. And I watched the Mariners almost every night, whether it was live or I'd watch the replay. And, it was definitely a different perspective too, just watching it and not writing about it, not having to analyze every little detail. That was really interesting too. But it just was just being able to stay in Montana for an entire summer and enjoying that. Driving around the state and being around kids, it made me feel a little younger. you turn 50, you don't feel really young, but I felt young being around those guys.
Ryan Hasselbeck has said before that one thing that salvaged his career with Mike Holmgren in Seattle was coaching. And, he had been benched. He and Mike did not see eye to eye. And then he coached some camps and for a few weeks in the summer, and it changed his perspective. He's like, oh, okay, now I kind of get where coach is coming at a little bit more. I've been at it for a few months. I'm starting to sense and feel a little bit of that as well. And beyond what you learned, do you see the game at all differently now through different optics after being a manager?
Yeah, I do. I just, from an organizational standpoint, I'm still really terrible at things. Like I'm just not. I'm an organizational mess. And the moms on our team had a text thread, and I'm sure that was a constant topic that I just, and I don't prioritize things like whether or not the kids eat. I mean, I'm just like, I don't really care. If there's a McDonald's down the road, take your ass there, But no, I did. And the one thing though is it's like, watching, I had an appreciation for like how different the thinking is about sports and baseball now. My stepson is 17 years old, and he is, he embraces the weight room, and he can bench press 285 pounds. I didn't do that until it was my sophomore year playing college baseball. And like this kid is, they put in a lot different hours of work. And part of it was he's also been to Mariners spring training and watched how those guys work. He just marveled at what Cal would do and Julio would do. And so he takes that approach to everything, and he got the other kids to kind of follow. And they really just, they took a very professional approach. Usually with teenage kids, and they're doing T work or they're doing soft toss, you have to stay on them about doing it. They would do it, and they do it with full intent. Yeah, they might be talking the entire time while they're doing it, but they had a lot of intent in what they did, and that was pretty cool to see. Like we didn't have to babysit them a lot, Honestly, the only babysitting we had to do was like if we were in a restaurant or off the field, not on the field.
Did you get married?
No, I haven't yet. We're still working on that.
I just heard stepson.
Yeah, I heard stepson
well,
too.
Yeah, that's what we call. I just call him my stepkid. Okay. They call me Tim Booth labeled it, but they call me step rad, not stepdad, because I have no power, so I don't actually enforce anything. I just let them kind of go.
Got it. So okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciated the restaurant recommendation in Glacier. That was awesome. Thank you for that. It was a blast being in Montana myself. Let's talk some Mariners now that you are back. What surprised you? You've been gone. You jump back into the clubhouse. What stood out?
They actually noticed that I was gone. That was probably one thing that surprised me. So they were like, "Oh, hey, you're back." It was funny though. Daniel Kramer said, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, he goes, Munoz finally noticed I was missing. Only because he goes, where's Grouchy Ryan at? And I was like, oh my God. No, being around probably the one thing that stood out to me is just how seamless the transition with Naylor and Gino. And obviously Gino was going to be normal, but Naylor is a very intense dude, very quiet and kind of on his own. But like the transition with those guys added to the team, plus some of the moving parts that they've had in and out, it feels the same. Like it has the same kind of energy and like enthusiasm that I saw in spring training in the first week of the season before I left. Like they aren't worn down by like the grind of the season. And believe me, and you've seen it, Salk, where you go in there in August and teams that might not have the right personalities or they're not, maybe as successful, you go in there and it's a miserable place to be. Mm-hmm. And you go into this clubhouse and it's just like energy's bouncing. Guys are excited to be there, and there you can just see there's a confidence level with this team that I haven't seen in a while. And realistically, I mean, like game recognizes game. These guys know that they're good in the sense of like they got real talent in there. I was trying to think back, and I think I was listening to you guys talk about this. Like the 16 team and the 17 team and the 18 team had some real hitters, but they were nowhere this athletic, like they can run and play defense, because you had Cruz and Cano and you were playing D. Gordon out of position at times. And Segura was a terrible shortstop. I mean, a good hitter. And, you look at him, he could barely run the bases. Not that he actually knew where second base was because he'd always stop at first. But like this team is so much more athletic and deep, and the way they play the game and the way they attack the game is just a lot higher level than I think those teams of the past. So it's like you come back in and you watch this team, and I'm watching the lineup go through it, and you're like, wow, this is they have some real dudes in here, and it's pretty impressive to watch.
From afar, Ryan Divish here with us. You watched what Cal did in the first half and the home run derby and everything else. As you now jump back in on a daily basis, and he hits 3 more bombs in 3 days to tie Johnny Bench. He's 3 behind Salvador Perez's all-time single-season mark with 48 home runs from a catcher. How in the world is he doing this?
I have no idea. And the thing is he hasn't changed one single bit. Like you go in, he's the same exact person. I texted with him a couple of times during the season or when I was gone, but like he's the same person, Like when I saw him, I think he asked more about my season and how it went than I asked about his, And the one thing is like even when he was going through that scuffling spell where a little bit where he was striking out a little bit more, like other than the 1 5 strikeout game where it looked like he was just completely out of rhythm and looked fatigued, like the strikeouts when he does have them, they're still like if he goes down, it's competitive. But I think my favorite part was the other night against Griffin Jacks. I mean, like, it's 2-0 and you're wondering, is he going to get a fastball? Would he throw him a fastball? And you look, Jacks hadn't thrown him a fastball all year in the previous at bats, and he hits a slider, Jacks' best pitch, and just destroys it. Like, I think that thing took like 1 second to leave the park. It's the loudest I've heard T-Mobile in a long time. And I was just like, this is why he's good. Is like he knows what they're probably going to do to him. He knows what they're trying to do to him, how they're trying to beat him, and he beats them back. And he's not missing the mistakes. It was like the other day, the 1-2 fastball he hits out. Well, it's a fastball. The guy's kind of all over the place. He elevates it. It's right there. He doesn't miss it. He doesn't foul it off. He barrels it. That's why he's doing what he's doing. But it's pretty amazing to see.
2 people I would not put in the same sentence, Salk. Personality-wise, just communication skills-wise, Jason Benetti and Ryan Divish. And yet they both said the exact same thing about Cal. I touched base with Jason last night. The first thing he said was, how about Cal's home run on Jacks?
Yeah.
That ball and Jacks gets so much lateral movement. And for him to do that, and then suddenly, Ryan, he echoed exactly what you said. Is there anybody in baseball right now better at punishing mistakes? Like you throw a mistake to Cal Raleigh right now, and he's like, Ohtani, I've seen Ohtani fouls him off. He'll miss mistakes. Cal this year, just somehow, some way, has not missed a mistake and has just made enormous swings.
Well, I think part of that is, though, he's not afraid of the moment. Like when it's clutch time and there's 40,000 people chanting MVP at you, and you have to, they want you to produce, and they're sitting there watching, and you're down. He's not afraid of the moment. Some guys are get kind of tight, or we've seen Julio get too big, try and do too much. Cal just kind of is the same personality. I mean, it's, how he talks. It's like his voice never goes up or down like when we're talking to him. It's the same thing. I just think he controls his emotions probably better than any player I've seen in a long time. And honestly, I heard you guys talking about this. This team seems to really like the moment a little bit more because you have some older dudes and some guys that are experienced, but they're not afraid to play in big moments. Like how many times would they, when they would have these ceremonies and stuff like that, where they go out and lay an egg? You get a sellout crowd in there, everybody's excited to see it, and all of a sudden they go out and just get drubbed, or it'd be a nondescript loss. These guys, I mean, like in these games, it was, it was pretty real, and that was kind of cool to see.
Do you relate more to Cal, who we've talked about for many years? You guys have a lot of similarities, or to the big grumper? Are you more of a big dumper guy or the big grumper in Josh Naylor? Because I'm fascinated by Naylor.
I mean, like Cal and I are kind of kindred spirits in a lot of ways, but like I talked to Josh Naylor the other day, and it was like the two Spider-Mans pointing. Yeah, it was like the two Spider-Mans pointing at each other meme for a little bit. I mean, like, and because he has that personality, you don't want to, like, I didn't just come rolling in like, hey, dude, whatever. But I kind of introduced myself. I asked him about his shoulder, but like, it was kind of BS. Even like when I was asking about his shoe collection and how he gets the designs and stuff, there's just an intensity that he has with it. Like, there's an intensity that he has with everything. Like, I like it. it's kind of funny. I had a conversation with our players this year. Like I said, hey, stop running for governor. We don't like this other team. We don't need to talk to these other teams when we're on base. Get your sign and just pay attention. And Josh Naylor saying that he doesn't really care to talk to runners at first. I was like, yeah, man, that's great. I like the intensity. They need – I know you like this, but I mean, like if somebody's getting, dusted with a pitch or whatever, you know who the first one out of that dugout is. And it's real. This ain't no Jesse Winker fake tough guy. Josh Naylor's first guy out of the dugout, and if you're a pitcher, you probably don't want to see him coming at you. So I like the edge that he brings. I mean, because I've said before, like this team over the last few years is the collection of the nicest guys I've ever covered, like nicest human beings, best human beings. Josh Naylor brings that little edge too. That when he's on the field, like he's perfectly, friendly when he's in the clubhouse. So I think there's just a switch that goes on with him the moment it's like baseball time. He walks into the stadium, for Brock, it's like Sylvester Stallone turning the hat backwards and over the top. It's time to go to work. I think that's kind of what Josh Naylor has. He just has a different kind of mindset the moment he steps foot in a baseball stadium, and that's good to have on a team.
Well, and I love the I don't know if it's the contrast or just the combination with him and Julio and Eugenio and Cal. Those four guys really seem to represent almost like each end of the compass, and you put them all together, and I kind of like the fit of all four of those guys together.
Oh, I do too. I think it reminds me of the first Red Sox World Series team when they had that collection of just weirdos and idiots, and like Trot Nixon was the hardo on that team, and just super serious. But then you had Millar, and you had, Pedro was that guy that was the enforcer on the mound. You had a mix of guys, and I think you need that on a team, because if you have all the same personalities, sometimes when things get hard and things aren't going right, same personalities don't always recognize what's going wrong and say something to each other about, hey, this isn't working, or here's what you need to do. And I think you have Cal, who can get a little grumpy at times, especially with pitchers. Then you have Naylor with the edge, but then you also have Gino, who's kind of happy-go-lucky and trying to like get everybody to stay calm. I mean, even Randy, and Randy is a different cat, but like when Randy's engaged in baseball, oh my God. I mean,
he looks pretty engaged right now.
Yeah, and like my players called them Randy hacks when I would tell them they could take, the home run swing. They call them Randy hacks because they're falling over, swinging. I mean, like this team and the personality that it has and the mixture of it, it's pretty interesting. Like it's never a dull moment when you go in there.
Yeah. How's this going to play out in the days, weeks ahead with a few of the possible roster moves? We were kicking it around last hour, top of this hour, actually. Yeah, Bryce Miller starts Wednesday. Hopefully his final rehab start, gets to 80, 85 pitches. He feels great. Luke Raley hits a bomb last night. Looks like he's kind of back into some rhythm. How does Ryan Divish play this out? Because your organizational skills, as we know, are plus.
Yeah. Well, I think, Miller will go back into the rotation, and he'll probably start in Philly. I mean, you look at it's not a coincidence that they reslotted and put Logan Evans, they bumped Castillo back a day so he can make a start in Philly, and Logan Evans will start in Baltimore. Baltimore's still good, but pitching in Philly is just a whole different level. And so I think that was kind of smart, and it kind of, speaks to what they're going to do down the road. Bryce, like Logan Evans has been great for what you asked for him, but if Bryce is everything that he says he is in terms of how he feels and no restrictions on his arm and carrying velocity, you need that guy in your rotation, and you need to build him up and build up strength, because honestly, he'll probably be in your bullpen if you're in the playoffs, and he could be really interesting coming out of the bullpen in the way that George was that one year. Luke is a little different because there's a lot of redundant guys on the team, and Dominic Canzone and what he's doing, you got to play him. But Luke Raley has talent. He's fast. He can play first. He can play outfield. He can bunt. I mean, I guess the whole pinch bunting thing that they're doing now, I guess you bring in Luke Raley to do that. But you want as much talent on your roster as possible. So when you do get in games where you need pinch hitters or you're making subs or whatever, you want a guy like Luke Raley who can hit the ball out of the ballpark. And he also has kind of that edge and the way he plays the game. You need that as well. So, I mean, I've always kind of joked that Donovan Solano's always been here a week longer than I thought he would be, but he keeps kind of finding his way. Maybe they make that move. They'd be left-hander heavy, but, they're not seeing a ton of lefties down the road either. So I think, that's the move they would make. But I guess you could move out Mastrobuoni too, because he's got an option. Keep Solano around a little longer, but it is weird. It's like the Robles thing where he starts his rehab on August 12th, and then they say he wants to get 50, they want him to get 50 PAs. Well, if you look at that sort of slots out to, especially if you give him a rest day here and there, 50 PAs, that would be right around September 1st when rosters expand. So you could put him on without having to do too much of movement. I mean, it is funny, like how these bench pieces are going to work down the stretch. Like, are they going to keep Demo? It was a debate, but what does Leo Rivas bring or what does Demo have that Leo Rivas doesn't bring you? I mean, other than the ability to play outfield, I mean, Rivas is a better shortstop. He doesn't strike out as much. You're not going to get power from him, but you're not really getting power from Demo right now. And, Josh Naylor has more stolen bases than Demo. So I don't know how that's going to work. But, I mean, and then there's also the Harry Ford question, because the other day when Dan tried to win that game in regulation, Cal was out of the game and Mitch Garver's the catcher, and you still played 3 more innings. If he takes a foul tip off the hand or something happens, then you've got – I don't even know who their third catcher is right now. So that was the weirdest game I'd seen. Is like they're in extra innings, and you got Mastrobuoni batting in Cal's spot. You got Demo batting 4th. You have no catcher, and you had nobody left on the bench, and one pitcher, Legumina, just sitting in the bullpen hanging out with Trent Thornton's jersey. That was one of the more interesting things I've seen. I thought Goldsmith's hair was going to fall off. He was, being so restrained in what he was saying about the situation.
Was that the one they won or the one
White
they
Sox.
lost?
That's the one they won.
That was
the one they won. They still not won, yeah. Because they bunt, like that was when they brought in Cole Young to pinch hit, and then he bunted. I'm like, you're telling me Solano just couldn't have got a bunt down himself?
Nope.
And that's the weird thing. Like, if Donovan Solano can't get a bunt down in the situation you want to bunt, which I'm not a great fan of bunting in most situations. I'm not Lyle, but if you have him there and you can't trust him to even try. Yeah, you can't trust him to try to do that. It's kind of a weird spot to be in. So, I mean, I think they'll have some tough roster decisions, but it's a good decision to have when you're bringing back that sort of talent to bolster your team.
We just got another couple minutes, and I do want to just ask you about a player that has done something we've not seen much of here in at least my 16 years in Seattle, and that's Cole Young, who's come up, been given some time to kind of go up and down, struggle a little bit. And I would say, and maybe I'm missing some, I'm trying to think of a player that in my time here that has come up and had success like this. Kyle Seager comes to mind. Not many others. I'm sure there's somebody else if I thought about it longer. What do you make of the development of Cole Young?
Well, not to jinx Cole Young, but if you look at Dustin Ackley's first season at the big leagues, I mean, he was really good.
Yep.
He was a little older, though. I mean, he won 20.
Yeah, he's
the
older.
Youngest player. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Dustin Ackley, he had the beard and kind of the Unabomber look, talking about Cormac McCarthy books, whereas Cole Young, you have a conversation with him, and dude, bro, like Fortnite, new game out Fortnite now, man. Like, sweet.
Yes. I saw him carrying his half rack of Fresca on the plane, plane last night, too. Yes.
He's not old enough to – because he's not old enough to buy some White Claws, so he's going to have, he is –
Yeah, there you go. That was Ryan Divish. You can hear the very end of that if you need to. Find it on YouTube, where a lot of you seem to be finding the show these days. And it's good to have Divish back. It really is. He's doing a heck of a job. And I honestly, I like the guys who did it while he was gone. I thought that both Adam Jude and also Tim Booth did a heck of a job on that beat, and we'll continue to as well. All right, a lot more baseball to come today. Jeff Passan's going to join us, of course, at 8:30 as he does on Tuesdays. Before we get there, though, it is our last day of Seahawks training camp to talk to a player. And the player we're going to talk to is getting a lot of buzz. G. Scott even told us, like, really years ago that this guy was going to be a star. Thank God he did. In any event, Tory Horton is next on Brock and Salk.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs, and it's only on Seattle Sports.
Pitch swung on. That's roped. Left field line towards the pole. Back-to-back jacks. Cal Raleigh. Julio.
Up next, a long 9-game East Coast road trip. Today, it's the first of 3 against the Orioles in Baltimore.
First pitch at 3:35. Pregame at 2:30.
On Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Feeling the heat? Cool off with Home Comfort Alliance. Save up to 25% on 2024 ACs and heat pumps during the final days of the warehouse clearance sale. Plus, PSE customers get AeroSeal duct sealing for as little as $99. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. Chris and Ray came out to the house, and I could instantly tell we'd get along great, and I'd want to do business with them. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured right here in Washington and designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Look up Harley Exteriors for your window replacement. In August, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments for 1 year, and an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
And now, Tales of Another Way. You've got your same old playlist, but another song about a breakup is just a downer. 2 minutes in your music app, and now you're groovin', man. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Tolling begins soon, and you can save $2 per toll with a Good-to-Go pass. Get a free sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
Looking for an epic summer night in Seattle? Be here for the Mariners Drone Show at T-Mobile Park, Friday, August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
It is Grand Salami time. Cal Raleigh with his third Grand Slam of the season.
The team is taking on the A's at 7:10, and after the game, we'll be lighting up the sky with hundreds of drones, celebrating Mariners icons past and present. Don't miss out on a jaw-dropping post-game show.
He got him. He puts him away, and the ball game is over. Another phenomenal save by Andres Munoz.
Head to Mariners.com to grab your seats and see the full lineup of special events, including Kids Appreciation Day, Sunday, August 24th, and the Logan Gilbert Funko Pop giveaway, September 8th to 10th. Plus, check out a great slate of marquee interleague matchups against the Padres, Cardinals, and Dodgers.
Julio clubs this deep out to left field and gone. Julio for the second time.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Evan Cohen here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day, but when you're traveling for work and your hotel doesn't offer any, you're forced to make do with peanuts and an energy bar as you sprint off to your shift. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. They refuse to let you go to work hungry and aim to send you off fueled up. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get him freaking out!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Yes, good morning, Brock.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Jimmy? Oh,
Who's
Jimmy.
Who's Jimmy?
I've had some weird experiences wearing this shirt. This shirt gets more comments than any shirt I own. I'll tell you that much. If you're one of the, 4,000 or 5,000 people who seem to find us on YouTube every day, you can see the shirt I'm wearing right now and understand what Brock's talking about, which is great. We're going to talk to Tory Horton in a moment or two as well, who's getting all kinds of press at Seahawks training camp. G. Scott's been talking about him for years. And then finally, everybody else discovered him just this week, which is great. And he's going to join us. You can see him on video when it happens as well. YouTube, good way to find us, or you can use the video in the Seattle Sports app if you like to do it that way as well. And while you're there, Brock, you can leave us messages for Here's the Thing on Thursday. They've been good recently, so come bring it. We want to hear it.
How many receptions, if you trust Wikipedia, did Tory Horton have in high school? Down in Fresno, California. And again, I'm trusting Wikipedia. Everything else is right. All the college stats are right. His combine numbers are right. So I don't know why I wouldn't believe this. But how many receptions in his entire high school career? High school right out there, right outside of Fresno, California. Do you think Tory Horton had?
100?
37.
Okay.
30 for all you. No, that's not a lot. No. It's far surpassed that throughout.
I don't think my high school team completed 37 passes total in a season.
15 of his 37 receptions in high school, though, were touchdowns.
Yeah,
So
maybe
it was a wing T system. They did not throw a whole
Take
lot.
it to the house.
Maybe he didn't have a quarterback that could throw it and launch it to him.
Maybe he played quarterback half the time or something. Who knows? I mean, at that point,
I'm kind of anxious to ask him.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to wait a few minutes. Sounds like 7:15 now for Tory Horton. So we'll move some things around. We'll talk to him at 7:15. We'll do need to know, I guess, at 7:30. So let me spend a few minutes then talking about the Mariners, which is what we were going to do at 7:30. We're just going to sort of move everything around because I spent some time after all of the conversation, Brock, after getting under people's skin by suggesting that this might be the best Mariner offense of all time. I did the research. I mean, at least some of it. I'm not a researcher. I'm not a statistician. I don't claim to be. So this is not the be-all, end-all. And you can read it if you want. It's up at seattlesports.com. I wrote it last night. It's like basically tied for being the best Mariner offense of all time. When you adjust for park factor, when you adjust for, the era, it's about tied with 1997 as the best Mariner offense of all time. So I looked at OPS plus because,
is this taking the entirety of this Mariner season's offense?
Absolutely not. It's
just the last couple weeks.
Not even the offense from the last couple weeks, just the lineup they're rolling out.
Okay.
Right? So if you look at the 9 guys that are now pretty standard in this lineup, just rolling them out there almost every single day. If you look at that 9 guys, 1 through 9, and compare it to the 9 players that played the most on any of those other teams, right? Baseball Reference is handy that way because it'll give you, right, the 9 guys that played the most at each position. So it's not a perfect comp. I understand it's not perfect, right? So like Mike Blowers didn't count, I think, in one of those years because he wasn't the primary third baseman. It was Russ Davis, I want to say, in 97. So like it's not perfect. I'm not pretending this is like the ultimate study. But it is pretty crazy when you look at OPS plus, which takes your OPS, which is a great stat, on base plus slugging, and then normalizes it for the era you're playing in, the league you're in right now, and then a little bit for the park as well. they got a significantly better offense than they did in either 95 or 2001.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those OPS pluses were in the 116, 117 range, meaning 16 to 17% better than the league average. This year's at 126. That's unbelievable. So this year's 126.2, 97 was 126.7. That's how close it is to what would be the best Mariner offense of all time.
And so quite simply, 97's better. I mean, let's just call it what it is. 97.5 better.
It is.
Yes. And that is taking Naylor with both Arizona and Seattle. Right? Eugenio with Arizona and Seattle.
Yeah, just looking at who they have been this year over the course of this season.
Yes.
Yeah, none of these are perfect. There's no perfect way to do this. And as I said a few times, I'm not a statistician by trade. But just trying to give a sense of, like, it's not insane to say this is the best looking lineup they've ever had.
And it's the difference of taking Ben Williamson, bless his heart, Gold Glove level defense, great defense, but it's taking his OPS plus out, because I'm going to guess that's under 100. It's taking out whatever everyday first baseman you were going to use, I guess, before Naylor's really solidified that spot now. So that is the difference of these two acquisitions that we had talked about for 6 weeks plus. If Passan had talked to us about it, just kind of mixing into this is what you get. You just elevate everybody. Ben, if you had Ben and, I don't know, Solano, if you had Ben and whoever Rayleigh at first base, we're not having this conversation. You're just not. You don't have that kind of depth. But now with Eugenio and with Josh, you do.
And with the growth of Cole Young, right? I mean, bringing himself up from being a subpar offensive player to an above par offensive player. I mean, that has changed it as well. And I would also say, when you look at it, the cool thing about this lineup in particular, and this is why they're on fire right now, and they just won 9 out of 10, and they're off on what should be a fascinating road trip. I mean, this one's going to be a doozy. I really do think. But, it's the depth of the lineup that does it for me. It's the fact that every single player in the lineup has an OPS plus, and I think a WRC plus over 100, meaning everyone in it's above average. Everyone. So there is no break. There is no let up. There is no opportunity for the pitcher to just say, okay, I got this little pocket here where I can be just fine. They've got to be engaged, and that is mentally draining to a pitcher who just doesn't have a lot of options of rest time. And that's important. I mean, like, it's very rare to find lineups that are this deep, have the mix that they have with on base and big boppers and all that. And then, by the way, still play good defense and can run and be aggressive almost all the way up and down the lineup.
And from your opening day roster, I think you're 45% different.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I think your opening day roster, it was Robles. I don't even know who started at first and third.
Third was Polanco.
Third was Polanco.
Yeah.
I think it was Bliss at second base.
Yep. I think it was Rowdy Tellez probably at first.
I think it was Rowdy at first.
Yeah, I mean,
you've turned over 4 nights of that lineup from just this opening day, which is, again, why we probably need to remind ourselves in the offseason. It's really difficult to do when people are spending and getting Christmas gifts and adding to their rosters, that the acquisition phase, and this is probably going to be the case for some years to come, because this Mariners pipeline, with all of its prospects ranking, just gets richer and richer and richer as these guys down on the farm have developed in tremendous ways over the course of the season, right? And you're probably going to see some of those guys in the years ahead get some of the runway with, whether it's a veteran guy or returning guy or what have you. You're probably going to see acquisitional change mid-season, in-season for these Mariners for the years to come to continue to elevate.
Well, you're also going to get, a couple guys back. I mean, you start adding Luke Raley and eventually Victor Robles back into this lineup, or at least onto this roster, and the ability to play with those guys late in games and make moves if you need to, or defensive replacements. It really just gives Dan some real options late in the game that, frankly, he just doesn't really have right now on his bench. So, yeah, there's a lot in there. This is going to be a tough road trip. There's no doubt. 9 games through Baltimore, New York, and Philly. I'll give you some numbers here and need to know eventually that all of those teams play pretty good ball at home. The Mets, as bad as they've been recently, Brock, are really good at home this year. The Orioles, as bad as they've been, are basically a 500 team at home. So there is no let up here. And you go to the East Coast and the hot, humid weather and all of it. But I think the same is going to be true for those pitching staffs as they look at you every single day. Like, where's the rest? And you start putting these same guys in hot, humid ballparks, bandbox like Philadelphia. Whew, this could end up being a pretty fun next couple of months. All right, quick break. Then we'll come back. We'll do Tory Horton next. Then we'll give you Need to Know a few minutes late at 7:30. Sound good? We'll do that straight into Blue 88, of course. So that's the next hour. We'll be right back with Tory Horton on Brock and Salk.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch the cow, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports. Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and all these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
It's back to school time again, and parents are pretty stressed out.
Can you blame us? The supply list, the sign-ups, the scheduling.
At least haircuts are easy at Great Clips.
It's true. With the Great Clips app, I checked him in before we left home, so we were in and out in no time.
I got a great haircut, and Mom got to check something off the to-do list. She really loves that.
Back to school can be a lot, but haircuts are easy at Great Clips. Download the app today.
Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at ProSculpt.com.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Big Trees has certified arborists and site experts who help you select the right trees for the right location on your property. When Big Trees installs a tree, we offer a 1-year warranty and 1 free aftercare visit from a board-certified master arborist. To learn more about our process, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
But don't wait until after your flooding disaster.
DayandNight.net.
Water heaters have a predictable lifespan. Typically, it's between 8 to 12 years. The worst and most expensive time to look at replacing your water heater is when it's an emergency. It's leaking and it's leaving you without hot water through an evening or a weekend. Hi, I'm Bruce. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Your showers are cold. Your water heater's too old.
DayandNight.net.
And it's taking forever for hot water to get there.
DayandNight.net.
Now get $50 off installation when it's time to replace your old water heater or upgrade to a tankless or heat pump water heater. Day and Night is here for you round the clock.
DayandNight.net.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we're moving some things around. I know we normally give you guys everything you need to know. So if you're driving to work, you're not late, you're not early. We're just moving some things around today in order to accommodate the schedule of the Seahawks. So we'll give you everything you need to know coming up here in 15 minutes. And then we'll do Blue 88 Brock right after that. In the meantime, are we ready to go over to the VMAC? I think we are. Do we have Tory? Yes, we are. Oh, good. We've got Tory Horton, Seahawks rookie sensation, a guy who everybody's talking about right now over there. Tory Horton joining us right now. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
I think we're doing pretty well. I mean, yeah, it's the end of training camp. You're essentially like now on to the regular part of practices, et cetera. What do you think you've learned so far?
Yeah, I'd probably just say like the speed of the game, the mental aspect of it. You know, you got to come every day dialed in, you know, mentally and physically prepared. So, you know, it's a huge learning curve from college to the NFL, and you know, that's something that I'm still learning and, you know, trying to be that sponge to get a grasp of.
I'm always careful, Tory, to trust Wikipedia. There's AI, there's ChatGPT, there's all this crazy stuff. So I always try to go right to the source rather than just trust what I read in Wikipedia. I look at your bio, I see all your numbers in college. I see your 4.41 and your 37-inch vert. I remember watching that at the combine. And then I look at your high school stats. Are these real? 37 catches in high school, 15 of those 37 touchdowns. Did you play in a wing T system in high school? Are those stats, can you verify those at all?
I don't really know how to verify them. It's kind of like, I don't know. I think that was pretty accurate.
Pretty accurate. So you guys did not throw the ball a ton in high school.
It was. I think that was probably just my senior year though.
Okay.
We didn't throw the ball as much, but I made the most out of it every time we did throw the ball. So
yeah,
that was pretty much that right there. Yeah.
And I kind of asked that because I think there's a lot of kids out there, Tory, and you see it on the 7-on-7 circuit. You see it in these air raid systems. You see it with all the hype and all the stars and 4-star recruit here and a 5-star recruit there and all this production in high school and all this stardom and even money now going into college. That wasn't necessarily your journey, it sounds like.
It was a little bumpy, you know, road. I did play 7-on-7. It wasn't on like the highest stages, but you know, just come out of Fresno, I feel like it's a lot of kids over there who kind of get overlooked. So yeah, I don't know. It's some hidden gems in Fresno. just a little shout out for that.
Well, and it seems like that maybe helped you, though, right? I mean, like not having it all handed to you early, not being looked at that way. I mean, you kind of look at it now as you've got a real shot and playing with the ones as a rookie here, as a rookie in the NFL. Do you look at that almost as a blessing now, looking back at it?
I'm grateful to where I'm at now, and all of the sacrifices my family made, and just the hard work that I put in to get to this stage. I'm still on that learning curve, and just taking everything day by day, and just trying to get better every day. So yeah, I'm blessed for sure, and I still got that chip on my shoulder to just keep learning and just keep getting better.
What'd you make of your first time at Lumen Field, playing in a game in front of this crowd?
I don't know. It was a lot of stuff going through my head. I've been off the field since October, so getting back into it, I was pretty fired up, and me getting back to it, and this being my first NFL kind of game, preseason game. It was a whole bunch of excitement and emotions going through my body, because that's all I pretty much dreamed of growing up, and now I'm here living it.
If my eyes were right, Salk, when we watched the Seahawks in T-Mobile in the baseball stadium right across the street, I think my eyes remembered you being a really natural baseball player. Was baseball a part of your life growing up too?
Yeah, I grew up playing baseball a little bit. Yeah, that was one of my second sports that I kind of played a lot. So once we got the opportunity to go to the baseball field, check it out, and do a little something, it was like just secondhand for me.
You seem like a pretty chill dude. Is that a morning thing, or are you just kind of laid back guy in general?
I feel like I'm pretty laid back. I don't know. I kind of just. I'm pretty chill. When games start, though, I could get a little amped up, but majority of the time I'm pretty chill, just kind of laid back.
So I mean, we heard this week or last week, I guess, about all the smelling salts around the NFL. How do you go from being chill, laid back dude that we're talking to right now to being a guy who gets out on the field and has some of that dog in him?
I don't know. I just feel like it's that competitive mindset that I got, just that setting, get on the field, even at practice, just out there. I always want to compete. So, it's just like a little switch in my head that kind of, flips on and off. And, when it's time to go and when it's time to go out and compete, that's like that boost that, my body gets. And, I'm kind of juiced and amped up to go out there and, play.
Tory Horton here with us. So I brought up your high school numbers. Very different story in college as you follow Coach Norvell from Nevada to Colorado State, back-to-back 1,100-yard years, back-to-back first-team all-conference performers. And then as you just shared with us, you hadn't been on the field since last October. Can you take us back to that and what that just kind of devastating injury was then and the impact it's had on you now?
That injury was something that was very unexpected. Me coming back from my last year, having something like that to the knee, LCL hamstring, that's something that you don't really want to think about, but it kind of took my game to a different level on the mental aspect of it. Just showing me, how important recovery and watching film and studying other teams is, knowing that I couldn't be out there on the field physically. I feel like I was out there mentally now, and that's something that I feel like is taking my game to the next level. Just being that student to that student to the game, just putting that same amount of effort, in the recovery and rehab aspect of the game and mental aspect of it.
Speaking of that, I went into some detail. What was that, Salk, last Friday after your Thursday night touchdown on your little stick route, your little out route? Can you kind of take me through that? I did it through my old quarterback eyes of your instincts and your feel, not to just run right into that cloud corner, but to kind of settle, and then you get a great ball and you split the double team. Can you kind of take me, just the mental rep there, the next level stuff that goes through your mind in that real moment as you process that play and touchdown?
Yeah, like I said, it's something that I learned, how important it is to watch film and just the mental aspect of it. That's something that we kind of worked in practice, and the first time I kind of repped that same play, I kind of messed it up, and that was the time for me to go back to the drawing board and fix and sharpen up my mistakes. And once we kind of got that squared away, the same play kind of occurred in the game, and I was in the right spot. I kind of told myself, this is the play right here where, you can't be too fast if it's a corner drop in, or, you kind of get that zone feeling. And, I kind of just let my preparation and my, just my studying kind of take over that play. And, I was in the right spot for Drew to, get the ball, make that move, get in the end zone.
It's going to be hard for a wide receiver to say, hey, I can't be too fast. Right? I mean, like your whole everything is built on being faster, but then there have to be times where you got to not use that speed in the moment.
Yeah, for sure. You for sure got to tempo it down sometimes. That's something that I kind of struggled with at first, but, at this level, you can't have everything going full speed.
But I got to imagine the best route still just go, right? I mean, just use the speed and throw it as far as you can.
That's always the best route right there.
Okay, good. Ball. Yeah. I've learned, Brock, not to ask wide receivers what the best route is. I know what it is. It's always the go ball. I've never heard any different answers. So, hey, it was nice to get to meet you. Thank you. Everyone's been talking about you. Seriously, it's been one of the really great stories of camp so far, and looking forward to seeing you in the game again this Friday and into the regular season. It only gets more fun from here.
Appreciate you guys. Shout out to 12s.
All right, there you go. There's Tory Horton. Shout out to the 12s right at the end there, Brock. And pretty chill dude.
Salk.
Pretty chill
dude. I told you
dude.
before, right? Defensive linemen, they look for shade. That's just what they do. And typically the fastest receivers are the chillest dudes. It's just kind of the way and the rhythm it works.
They get a lot of texts about it. He's not high energy off the field, but seems like actually a pretty good dude. I kind of actually
thoughtful too.
I thought there was a lot. If you really listen to him, he's not animated. Obviously, he was not on the smelling salts or anything else. But he's pretty smart dude. You could hear a lot of real thoughtful answers in there. We're going to come back and talk about him actually at 8:00 because I got some thoughts about him as well. We're going to do Need to Know next, then Blue 88. Stick around. It's a little bit of a weird schedule this morning, but try to bear with us. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, SeattleSports.com.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and all these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and SeattleSports.com.
All right, anybody a little warm, a little toasty in the house last night? Yeah, it was pretty warm out, and if you don't have enough insulation or any insulation in your crawl space or attic, your house is going to feel like an oven when it really heats up like this. Well, guess what? Good news. Get Crawl Pros to come down. They'll do a free corner-to-corner inspection, and if that is the problem, not enough insulation, you might be able to get a whole bunch of help paying for it. Right now, if you're a Puget Sound Energy customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate that crawl space and attic. Yeah, 95%. So don't wait. Get Crawl Pros out there immediately and find out what's going on behind that crawl space or attic hatch for free. And then, if there's help to be had, let them figure out what you're eligible for. Pretty good. It's a good time to do it. Get Crawl Pros out there if you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic. Call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
The Mariners have a great slate of marquee interleague matchups down the home stretch. The Padres August 25th to 27th, Cardinals September 8th to 10th, and Dodgers September 26th to 28th. Plus, during all 3 games of the Cardinals series, the first 10,000 fans will score a Logan Gilbert Funko Pop. Get your tickets at Mariners.com.
Feeling the heat? Cool off with Home Comfort Alliance. Save up to 25% on 2024 ACs and heat pumps during the final days of the warehouse clearance sale. Plus, PSC customers get AeroSeal duct sealing for as little as $99. Visit HomecomfortAlliance.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit SUPLinen.com.
At Toyota Renton, the game plan is simple. Save money and take the tailgate wherever you go. With the all-hybrid Camry, leasing at just $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Corolla at $219 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. The wonderful team at Toyota Renton can set you up with a test drive so you can take your new car to the stadium the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota Renton or online at toyotarenton.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1852.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Summer is here and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right, junior colleges, tech schools, universities. Just verify your student ID in the app, unlock exclusive deals, and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR in the letter U.
You gotta love baseball season. But when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Riq Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports. This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
No, your clock is accurate. We're just moving some things around today because Tory Horton needed to move to 7:15, so we're doing Need to Know, at least for this hour, about a few minutes later. So you're not late, you're not early, everything's just fine. It's just 7:30 instead of 7:15. We'll start with the Mariners, Brock. They start a big-time road trip. This is a tough one. 9 games, East Coast cities. You start in Baltimore, then to Queens, then to Philly. George Kirby and Dean Kremer go tonight at Camden Yards. A lot of weather issues, so we'll see what actually gets done. But the Orioles are 12 games below 500. They've obviously not played very well this year, but they played the Mariners very well here in Seattle earlier this season, and they're actually just 1 game under 500 at home. So, challenges. Then you go to New York. Well, the Mets have lost 7 straight. They're not playing very good ball. Do you know what their record is at home? 38-21. They're good when they are at Citi Field. And then the Phillies are really good everywhere, but even better at home. They're 37-21 when they play at home. So, yeah, there's no free ride here on this road trip at all.
No, and today, it looks like weather's good today. And then, yeah, going to be a bunch of moisture coming in Wednesday, Thursday. So you know what that means this time of year on the East Coast. It is hot. It is muggy. After playing in just a spectacular venue over the weekend with 40,000 people in the crowd, this is also going to have to be bring your own juice kind of deal the next
in
3
Baltimore,
days.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's no juice there.
Now, New York will be a little different, and they are fired up, and they've lost 9 to 10, and they're furious, and Juan Soto's not performing, and blah, 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 blah. And then Philly, I mean, it's Milwaukee and Philly is the best teams after the trade deadline as well, you know, in totality for the entire season.
Mm-hmm.
Those two are about as good as anybody. So, yeah, it's gonna be difficult, but this is what you want. I think this is what this team wants.
Yeah.
I think this is a different animal. We've talked about that a lot. I'm anxious to see them in these big environments.
Well, I'll tell you, Mark DeRosa has some really nice things to say about them. Said they were the best team in the American League, but not necessarily picking them to win the American League.
They have all the pieces. They truly do. Now, do I think that means that they represent the American League in the World Series? That's to be determined.
Yeah.
I still pick the Red Sox. I had a thing with them. I just felt like young and hot. But if I'm Dan Wilson, I wake up this morning, they're in Baltimore, and I'm saying to myself as I'm brushing my teeth, drinking my cup of coffee, looking out on the harbor, going, we're the best team in American League.
How have we not had DeRosa on the show?
Because he's on when we're on. So it's really hard to get him. We haven't had him on in like 3 or 4 years. It's too bad. He's hilarious, and he's a really good analyst. I think he does an awesome job, and obviously he's very happy with the way the Mariners have rebuilt this thing, and I can't blame him. I look through it. I think they're the best team in the American League right now, too.
The only difference is you don't brush your teeth in the morning, nor do you drink coffee.
I definitely don't drink coffee. Ugh, gross.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Speaking of those other teams in the American League, yeah, I'm not that impressed with any of them. Watching the scoreboard, though, last night, most of them won. Houston beats Boston, so they take a full game lead in the division over the Mariners, though obviously the Red Sox slip another notch, so that's kind of a mixed bag. Yankees win, Tigers win, Detroit and Cleveland were both off. You see these MLB pipeline rankings that came out yesterday, Brock? These are after the draft, so now you've got new players added into there, and Cole Young has graduated, so he's no longer considered a prospect. But the Mariners still have 9 of the top 100, which is about 3 times more than they should have. Like their fair share would be 3 or 4, 3 1/3. They have 9.
Yeah.
That's pretty unbelievable. So it's number 11, Colt Emerson. Number 22, Kate Anderson, the new guy. Number 29, Laz Montez. Harry Ford is 40. Ryan Sloan, 42. He was just promoted to high A, by the way, so you can see him in Everett. Michael Arroyo, 61. Farmelo, 83. Saincha, 95. And Felnin Celestine is 97. That's 3 infielders, 3 starting pitchers, 2 outfielders, and a catcher. Pretty good balance.
Yeah, and I think that's half those guys that have been elevated this year as well. So, when you want to talk about development, you throw Cole into that. He went from AAA to the big leagues, making an impact. A couple of those guys, Laz and Emerson, go from high A to AA. Sloan goes from Modesto to high A. Like, that's what you want, too.
Yeah.
Right. You can talk about development all you want, but are they ascending through the program? Are they ahead of schedule? And all those guys just aforementioned are.
Yeah, and I think you also got to add in the fact that Cole Young did that as well. He's not on this list anymore, but he used to be near the top of it.
I just said that, Salk. Were you listening? I said he ascended to the big leagues. That was my first thing I said. Take your Jimmy shirt off and start focusing, please. Okay? He distracts you.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'm going to take my shirt off here on the show? You think Mark DeRosa's watching?
By the way, I did that to Maura. As a pilot, I got on the thing and I said, Maura, I just said that. Like Bob used to say to Gross, it didn't go well. It really didn't go well.
Jeez.
I'm cutting tape back here, you jerk.
Yeah.
Yep, pretty much.
You know, I got other things. You know what it's like leading the show. Sometimes you got other things to think about and worry about. You got to call me out like that at 7:38?
No, it's for Gross.
It seems unnecessary.
It's a Gross.
Seems unnecessary. Seahawks will practice. They practiced yesterday, more of a walkthrough. What does he call these? ACT practices, accountability, communication, and technique. No Ken Walker, Brock. We're going to talk a little bit more about him in Blue 88.
Have you seen Ken Walker?
I've not really. Nobody has. He's able. He's not on the field. I think we're going to see some Sam Darnold, though, in the preseason here on Friday. Bob Condotta with more.
He said last week that because the Chiefs do that they'll probably, their starters will have an opportunity to play. So I would imagine they'll try to get their starters out there for a series or two. I don't think it would be super long, but I do think they'd want to get them out there long enough to just play a little bit. And then they'll have the joint practice against Green Bay next Thursday. So I don't think any of the starters will play the Green Bay game. So I think if starters play in the preseason, I think it'll be this Friday against Kansas City. But yeah, it kind of seems like they're prepping to be able to play their starters a little bit in the Kansas City game.
So did you hear it? They're looking like they're going to play Sam Darnold this week.
I did. I just said that.
Oh,
how dare you?
I'm sorry. This is the final public practice today. You mentioned that to Tory Horton. Tomorrow, Family Day. That's always a fun day as all the coaches and some of the players' kids get to come out and watch practice. But this is it, man. Hayes in the barn. It's the last time the 12s get to be out on the berm. They're going to have a blast. Family tomorrow. Chiefs on Friday, and then, it really is a trip to Green Bay and the season right around the corner.
Big news in the Salk household yesterday. Big day for Avery, really. Riker Evans signs a 2-year deal, so that's good news. She was very excited about that, and then finding out this morning that there's a new Taylor Swift album coming out. It's been a big day or so for Avery here. So lots of news. Need to know. There you go. That's everything you need to know. Normally quarter past every hour, but you got to be flexible, Brock. You got to be nimble. You got to be able to adjust, adapt, overcome, improvise, and we've done all those things this morning. It's funny. I heard you talking all the way through that. I honestly did not hear you say the Cole Young thing.
Yeah, that was
because I heard you talk about half. You know what it was? You said half these guys, and then I was actually looking through to see, which guys had moved up. So maybe it was during that time that you mentioned it, because I was looking through like...
Sorry, I'll be a better teammate.
No, it's okay. But I was looking through like, all right, Colt Emerson went from high A to double A, and Las Montez did the same thing. And Ryan Sloan was just promoted to high A. Michael Arroyo went from high A to double A. Farmello, I don't know how far away he is. He just was been hurt, so I think it's going to take him some time. Saincha just got promoted, right? And then Felding Celestine did not. So... yeah, I think I was sort of going through and mentally just looking at that list of 10 guys, and then I started thinking, as I'm sure you did as well, which is why you said it, and what about Cole Young? Because that's the great development story. This kid's only 21. He's only 21. That is I have to kind of remind myself of that. He is young for what he's doing, and I think it stands out, not because he's having success, although he is, but just the maturity of the approach has been pretty darn impressive.
Yeah, you asked Divish about that yesterday, and he did point to the bearded one, right? He did point to Dustin Ackley. I remember doing a show very vividly, Salk, talking about people buying Dustin Ackley's jersey and his beautiful eyes and, just his calm and his composure. But that dude was, the third pick in the draft and was out of North Carolina and had a lot of seasoning and much, much older. But he was probably the last one that had this kind of call-up and poise as a young player.
Brock, there are going to be people drafted in next year's draft older than Cole Young.
So there's high school kids in Georgia and Texas that graduate high school at 20.
21.
At 20.
That's
true.
They don't get to 21?
True.
You can't buy beer for your buddies when you're in college, when you're in high school, rather?
No, I think once you're 21, even in Georgia and Texas, you're ineligible. But you can get all the way to 20 plus.
Either way, I mean, there are going to be kids drafted next year into Major League Baseball systems that are going to be older than Cole Young is. So it's worth noting. He should essentially be a college senior this year, and he's up here in the big league level and not just contributing, really having a lot of success with not a lot of pressure on him at the bottom of that lineup. It's pretty cool.
Does it give you more confidence, as we talk all the time about these lottery tickets, as we talk all the time about how hard it is to project even top 100 guys and what they become? Does it give you more confidence watching the development phase of Julio, watching the development phase of Cal, watching the development phase with this crew, with Andy McKay and these guys, right, with Cole? Does it give you more confidence that the Lazes and the Arroyos and the Emersons are going to?
It's hard. I mean, every player is so different that I don't know whether Cole Young's success means that Felnine Celestine is going to succeed. Guys are wired differently, and they both project and also work their way through the system at different speeds. I mean, I think one of the things Cole Young has going for him is he's just a chill dude. Like, he's just wired in a way where he's competitive and all that, but he's not somebody who approaches this like, oh, I've got to go, 11 for 10 in order to secure my spot here. And oh, by the way, and we talked about this, the strength of this lineup allows him to go 1 for 20 without, everyone in the city getting on him every minute. Like, look at this guy stinks, and now he's 1 for 20. And like, you don't even really notice when he went 1 for 20 earlier this year because Cal's busy hitting a home run every night. Helps.
I really still, 17 years later, really appreciate your impersonations. They're very consistent.
Who was that? I wasn't impersonating anyone in particular.
I know.
That wasn't a person.
Sure.
It's some of what happens when you've got a lineup as good as what the Mariners have right now. Yeah. You can afford to allow Cole Young to go through it a little bit. And now here you are, and it feels like it's really paid off. Like, pretty good.
You know which one I really missed, though? The Reese's Pieces.
Reese's Pieces? That's a person talking like they've got too many Reese's Pieces in their mouth. It's hard. It's not easy to do. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
What I don't remember is where that came. Like, why was I imitating what it's like to have too many Reese's Pieces in your mouth?
I don't know.
I think I was on a plane because I usually get Reese's Pieces. To me, are a plane food.
Yes.
Like, you get that if you're at the airport. That's like the best place to get Reese's Pieces.
So good.
And I love them in general. I feel like they're underrated. There should be more Reese's Pieces. But maybe I was trying to talk to somebody on the plane. Too many Reese's Pieces in my mouth for lunch.
I like it. It has me these 3 Blue 88 questions.
All Reese's Pieces ones? No, I'm not going to do that. No. That's not fair to the people out there.
And it hurts your voice.
It does. Brock, final day today, open to the public. Who's been the biggest surprise at camp?
It's got to be the guy we just talked to.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are other stories.
I think Anthony Bradford's got to be on that list.
He's got.
Sounds like he's the starting right guard, and you weren't even sure he was going to be on the team.
I think that is fair. I think Oots, we had some expectation and some hope for, but kind of as Tory said, Salk, is this line actually? I'm not going to get the ding. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go a whole day without you playing that little ding. I may have had a conversation with somebody about playing fast but never in a hurry, and it was a great line. It was a Mike Holmgrenism, and I'm sure from Bill Walsh before that. Like, hey man, we've got to play fast, and you want to play with tempo, but it means you're never frantic, you're never hurried, and that's a little what I heard with Tory Horton. When he was talking about that touchdown and how he screwed the rep up earlier in the week, and he ran that route and he ran it fast. And I got to do everything full speed. No, you don't. You've got to feel man zone. If that's man-to-man, you're absolutely right. You are going to run that really fast, but you're just never hurried in thought. And for young football players and young processors of the game, whether that's basketball as a point guard, whether that's in a batter's box, whether that's on a mound, whether that's a football player as a running back, quarterback, anything, linebacker, you want to play fast, but you can never be in a frantic with your processing, never in a hurry. And yeah, what Tory Horton has done coming off that injury, Salk, really not a participant in the OTAs as they protected that knee and hamstring injury that he pretty devastatingly ended his season. I'd have to say he's had the most meteoric rise.
Yeah, pretty cool. All right, question number 2. Are you ready for a proclamation? Who's the starting running back week 1, buddy?
Do we have the gong?
I don't have the gong in front of me.
You don't have the gong?
I
Well,
don't
let me
have
play.
the proclamation gong.
Okay, can I play the sound?
I can play that.
Of Mike McDonald here in
Yes.
cut number 9.
You got great guys in the room as well. Think about Zach and his leadership. You can feel him start to assert himself a little bit more. But guys that play hard, that get north and south, which is great. We've taken care of the ball so far, which is even better. And there's some things that we want to improve, just like every position group. But they're going to get there, because the intent's there every day, and you can feel the marginal gains that they're making. But it's an exciting group.
He cannot go a full thought complimenting anybody without at least pointing out that they have more to do.
100%. Accountability, communication.
They're doing great. I love it. He's the best running back I've ever. Now he's still got more to do.
Yeah.
Let me be clear.
The proclamation, and this started to last week. Zach Charbonnet is going to start for the 49ers week 1 at home.
Good.
And that's not an inside source. That's nothing I've heard from my people over there. That is just taking in all of this information, and it's doing the Mike McDonald thing. You pay off the guys that earn it. Zach Charbonnet has earned this. At every turn, you heard it from Clint Kubiak last week on Bump and Stacy, just talking about Charbonnet. You heard it from Mike McDonald a week ago. You hear it from Mike McDonald yesterday. When you're talking about asserting yourself as a leader, that's what Mike McDonald wants in every one of his position groups, Salk. And a guy that's available, a guy that posts. You wrote a pretty neat column on Luis Castillo, and that's going to be coming this week. And everything you said about Luis is exactly what Zach Charbonnet's done.
Yeah.
And in this program, in year number 2, with people, that they've moved on from, people that they have acquired, I think you've got to give the guy what he's earned. And Zach Charbonnet will be the starter week 1 versus San Francisco.
All right, there you go. Question number 3. I think I love that, by the way. I've been kind of hoping for that for quite some time. Brock, I'm curious to hear your answer to this. You put it on here.
Yep.
Why did the Huskies not get a single vote in the AP Top 25 when 49 other teams did?
Yeah, it's sad.
Are they not in the top 50?
Total ignorance. Honestly, it's just total ignorance.
Whoa.
When Joe Klatt says they're going to pop their top 25 team, when Greg McElroy, we played this last week, Salk, when you were out, I think on Tuesday, Greg McElroy said one of his teams to watch, Damon Williams in Washington. Like, you look at Jed Fish's progression. Jed Fish was, 1-win team in Arizona, inherited something much, much worse than Washington, and, went from 1 win to 6 wins to 10 wins. And last year to get 6 wins in year number 1 with a lot of makeshift pieces and a terrible offensive line. Yeah, I just think, honestly, it was ignorance as people were filling out their ballots to not even give them a single vote on the back end of the top 25. Do I think that they're a top 25 team? No. Do I think they're in the top 30, top 35? 100%.
But, if you don't think they're a top 25 team, you wouldn't vote for them in the top 25.
To have 49 teams?
But other people think those
vote?
But it's not, hey, do you think they're in the top 49? It's do you think they're in the top 25? So you wouldn't have voted for them either.
I would not have. But maybe that also is instructive as to why they did not get a vote. Maybe somebody with some of these other teams I'll just throw them in. They're kind of a fringe team for me. I'll throw in, I don't know, Oregon State. I'll just throw somebody in
if
the
this
mix
clicks,
there.
I could
Take a
see
little
it going
flyer.
this way. Yeah.
I'll take a
Whereas they're
little
just a
flyer.
good team. So.
And I think the challenge, too, is you're also in the Big Ten. That is really top-heavy and loaded.
All right, there you go.
Oregon's number 7. Penn State's number 2. Ohio State's number 3. The Big Ten also.
To me, that shouldn't factor into that. That has to do with their record. That shouldn't have to. Well, whatever. College football's such a mess. That is today's version of Blue 88. Can I ask you a bonus question? We got 2 minutes here.
Love it.
Who is Brock Lenoris Sellers?
Yeah, he's a QB from South Carolina.
Okay.
That kind of exploded on the scene last year.
Do I need to watch him? Because I'm reading this.
Yes.
Morris sent this over last night. And this is sort of like looking at the future for teams, a future power rankings. And they had the Seahawks at 21. So I take of it whatever you will. I don't know how much faith to put in any of these things. But a bold prediction from Seth Walder was led by second-year star quarterback Lenoris Sellers.
Mm-hmm.
Along with a top 5 defense, the Seahawks will reach the Super Bowl but lose. And that the Smith-Darnold story will be ancient history by 2027.
Wow.
Is he a name I should be paying attention to?
That's just 1 year of some really neat production. This is totally unfair to the player, but how many South Carolina Gamecock quarterbacks can you name?
Not many. Not many. No.
Huh? I mean,
somewhere near none.
Spencer Rattler?
Yeah, Spencer Rattler. Yeah.
Yeah, after he transferred there. Yep, after he transferred when it really didn't work.
Who was the guy? There was a guy there that was okay.
There was?
There was. When they had who's the great wide receiver from there? They had a few years ago.
To be fair, though, when you play this game, how many great USC quarterbacks are in the NFL? How many great Notre Dame quarterbacks are in the NFL? You could play that game with a lot.
But there have been some over time. I mean, like I can name Carson Palmer. Mark Sanchez wasn't great, but he went to a bunch of AFC Championship games.
Well, his defense dragged
but
him
he
there.
went like he was. I just said he wasn't great, but I can at least name him. Matt Castle was a starter for years in the NFL.
Matt Leinart
was a high pick at least, and everybody knew who he was. Like,
does that really register if they're not any good though?
Yeah, it does when I can't name anyone who went to South Carolina. So if we're just looking at USC's, I'm going to say that the quarterback situation from the one in California has been better than the one in South Carolina.
I think Lenore Sells is really, really good. He's probably going to go high.
Good. I hope he's a Seahawk. That'd be fun.
I mean, he's just got to back it up. That's the thing. Like
running quarterback?
Oh, yeah, dual threat guy,
Yeah.
athletic, yep. Now you just got to back it up.
Good for a short period of time. Sounds perfect for the Blink Scout over there.
Sounds like my kind of guy.
It's a very different world. It's a very different world to live in a world of expectations.
All right.
And that's what you got to do as an NFL quarterback. So he's got expectations after he popped last year. We'll see how he handles
All right. Well, you bring up expectations, Brock, and I'm thinking about one guy in particular, a guy that we've already talked to today, and all of a sudden the expectations for him are pretty huge. What if he meets them? I've got a thought on it next on Brock and Salk.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and all these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
DayandNight.net.
Some AC you'll be loving when your house is an oven.
DayandNight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking, we're the place to be looking.
DayandNight.net.
Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
DayandNight.net.
The insurance world, it can be confusing, so have First Mark Insurance guide you through it by taking the free First Mark Challenge. They'll explore offerings from top carriers for better coverage and lower rates. They save the Heward family thousands. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. Chris and Ray came out to the house, and I could instantly tell we'd get along great, and I'd want to do business with them. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured right here in Washington and designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Look up Harley Exteriors for your window replacement. In August, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments for 1 year, and an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Our bats are back, and the ballpark is rocking like 2001. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Rhine Air is a simple, non-invasive procedure that significantly reduces your postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're proud this year the Stern Sinus Center was just named a nationwide center of excellence. We offer a solution that will save you time, money, and frustration. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way or go to sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Heward. Not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
A lot of funny texts here. Thank you to Kyle, who texted me personally and said it was Steven Garcia was the quarterback.
Yes.
I was thinking of throwing to Alshon Jeffrey when he was there. Stephen Lattimore, right, was there right around then. Or Marcus Lattimore, excuse me.
Shout out to to Mike Ferrari, formerly of Como Sports, who shouted out Steve Tannehill.
Jeez. That's where you got that picture with that ridiculous hair?
Not Ryan Tannehill, Steve Tannehill, who had the mullet of all mullets back in the 90s there in South Carolina.
Who was Connor Shaw? Was he a few years ago also? I kind of remember that name.
Yeah.
That's a text that came in.
He was pretty good at South Carolina.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I kind of remember that name as well. So, all right, there have been some people. Others suggesting that now that Brock is not announcing anymore, the UW Homer is back.
Oh, yeah.
How about that?
By the way, you guys sellers, I didn't realize, 6'3", 240.
Big dude.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that sounds exciting.
No, he's 20 years old, too.
That's got Taj Boyd written all over it right there at that size.
Even bigger. I think even bigger. Yeah,
Ooh. You're talking my language. All right, well, I'm going to be focused on him this year, Brock. I'm going to be focused on that over the course of the season, Lenore Sellers. Have you thought about, we talked to Tory Horton earlier today, which was cool. Seriously, I was sort of joking a little bit that he's just a chill dude, and he is. I mean, that's kind of what the personality is, but thoughtful and interesting and has a great story and fifth-round pick despite, essentially having first or second-round talent, right? I think you've been pretty clear about that. Maybe at the worst third-round talent, but obviously, when you have a devastating injury like that, there was a major risk factor, and the Seahawks are willing to take that risk. He's stood out at practice. Every reporter with eyes has noticed him and talked about him and gone over and over how great he's been. G wasn't the only one, although he told us first, let's be clear, that Tory Horton was his guy, obviously. Great. It's awesome. He's been really good. He's been working with the ones. Have you thought about what it looks like if he's, like, really good? Like, what happens if Tory Horton? I will laugh from now until eternity if Tory Horton ends up being really, really good, because you will have just gotten rid of DK Metcalf, not paid him, gotten value back in a trade, and then replaced him with a 5th-round pick. That would be hilarious to me. I really hope it's true. I don't know whether it's going to happen in year 1, but if this guy, like, actually lives up to all of that, how great would that be?
Yeah, it'd be very, very significant. I'm just looking, and obviously a lot of these were first-round picks. Brian Thomas last year, Malik Neighbors, Ladd McConkey was a second-round pick, Jamar Chase. These guys that came in right away. Salk, and even DK Metcalf his rookie year, Tyler Lockett his rookie year. Like, rookie receivers can come in and make an impact.
And we used to say that wasn't true. It was not that long ago when we were talking about goal. I mean, I guess it is. It was a long time ago now, but it doesn't feel like that long in my mind that we were talking about Golden Tate and like, hey, first-year receivers really struggle. Second year is really when those guys start to get it, maybe even third. And do you think that's some of the like 7-on-7 and just the 100%. Advance of all the offensive stuff these 100%. Days?
Yeah, it was Warren Moon. I remember that very early in our show, Salk, saying in his life experience, the receiver position was one of the hardest for guys to transition right there with quarterback.
Right.
Because the league, you have so many elite corners, because you have so much more coverage, because you have so much more you have to read and react to, and so many more things to do. Well, one of the beauties of the air raid system, really, Mike Leach's system and how Mummy was, they started doing a lot of read routes, and you got to read the space, and you got to read man or zone, and you got to run options, and you got to declare your different routes based on different coverages. And it started as simple as the air raid is. It can be complex on those receivers and quarterback, and there's got to be so much time on task, to see those things and read those things. And I think, because of that, and just the amount of volume of throwing at so many collegiate programs, the guys do come in the league, and I'm ready to go. I have 4 releases. I don't have just one release off the line of scrimmage as they did in the 80s or 90s. I got a lot of tools in my tool bag, right? I can really catch the ball. I can really, as I said earlier, I can play this game fast but not in a hurry. And I think because of that, you've seen these guys hit the ground running.
Have you seen the video of Justin Jefferson working with kids on their releases? I'll send it to you. I happened to catch this yesterday, an Instagram reel or something like that. I sent it to G because I was just so blown away by it. It is so cool. He's showing these kids what they're doing wrong, but as he's doing it right, you realize just how ridiculously talented he is and what he can do with his body and the way that, and just how hard that release must be to figure out. Look, I'm not saying that Tory Horton's going to be him or even DK Metcalf or any of that, but getting that kind of value if he's a starter in the 5th round for a team that is trying to, I think, move some of their resources from being on the outside and far away from the middle of the field towards being a lot closer to the middle and with more important positions. Yep. With deals potentially coming up for guys like Charles Cross and others. I think it may end up being the most important pick they made this year when it's all said and done.
If you watch Colorado State a couple years ago, not last year, I think he was hurt in that game. I think it was 2 years ago, and you watch that game.
That was the crazy back and forth game, right?
And there's Travis Hunter, and there's Shadeur, and there's all these stars. The best player on the field was Tory Horton. You'd watch and go, who is that guy? I want that guy on my NFL team. Like, he catches everything. He runs away from everybody. He plays a gear faster. He catches, as I said, anything thrown in his vicinity. Like, this dude is unbelievably good. I remember watching that game live on TV, late game. Like, wow, who is this? I've got to keep an eye on this guy. Or somebody in the SEC is going to pay him, $2 million to come be their receiver. And he didn't, and he stayed. And he stayed with Jay Norvell, who was his coach in Nevada, who went to Colorado State, and he kind of stayed with them. You kind of even heard that as he, I was going to follow up, but he was pretty chill, and time was running out on us. I think he flirted with coming out of school after his second year at Colorado State. And he was like, I kind of went back to school. Like, he probably would not have been a 5th round pick.
Right. Might have been a 2nd or 3rd round pick at that point.
2nd or 3rd round pick.
Yeah. Some text coming in. Wait, Brock isn't announcing anymore. Where are the mean tweets going to come from? The Salk Moral Lyle group text? Yeah, I don't know. That's going to unfortunately be a casualty of Brock not being on Fox anymore.
I saw this one. I thought maybe we could just ask him to solicit from the players that he's coaching.
It's true.
Anonymously.
What the kids say.
Or the kids' parents.
Yeah.
Oh, those could be real.
If we could get on their group chat of the parents, I'm sure we would get some very mean things said about the coaches. Maybe the tight end room.
Yes.
You do realize, as the 509, if Horton turns out to be a star, we'll never hear the end of it from G. He'll demand that we refer to him as NFL scout G. Scott. I don't know. You might never hear the end of it from me because of my desire to get rid of DK Metcalf and the belief that you could just replace him with somebody else. I kept saying last year, wide receivers are like, atoms. They're everywhere. You can find another wide receiver who's almost as good as DK Metcalf. I don't know that it's as easy to find guys at some of those other positions. So,
what composes an atom, Salk?
An atom?
Parts to it, yes.
There's an electron, a neutron,
right on the outside, yep,
and a proton.
Way to go. Gosh, that's so good.
Yeah, don't worry about that. You don't think
Lyle,
I know what composes
Lyle,
an atom?
did you know that? Did you know what composed an atom?
Why are you even asking the question?
Let's take a break. We'll come back. we'll come back with Need to Know. Unfortunately, I'm not even going to go there.
Why do you both start choking when you laugh? Something is wrong.
We're getting old. Lyle, that's absurd. Lyle doesn't even have a clue. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with Need to Know next.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Josh Naylor in his last 7, 348, 423, 3 home runs.
The big grumper, because it looks grumpy. I love it. But here's a story. My buddy took his grandkids to the ball game. It's crazy I'm kicking it with guys who have grandkids, right? That's how old I'm getting. He took his jersey off and gave it to the kid who was about 5 or 6 years old. So the big grumper has a soft side as well.
Yeah.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Summer's here. Get ready for backyard barbecues, trips to the pool, and COVID-19?
That's right. COVID isn't taking this summer off and can actually spread year-round. I'm Dr. Simone Wiles, and as an infectious disease expert, I know my patients are often surprised by this fact. They don't expect COVID to strike in the summer and derail their plans, but guess what? It can. COVID can be unpredictable and quickly turn serious, especially for those who are 50 plus or have certain underlying medical conditions. The good news is that if you start feeling sick or test positive, you don't need to wait it out. Prescription medications exist to treat COVID for certain people. If you catch COVID this summer, don't delay. Ask your doctor if prescription medication is right for you. Learn more at pfizerforall.com/COVID-19.
This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Your time is money. So why are you wasting it stuck in I-5 gridlock, TSA slowdowns, and SeaTac crowds? Isn't it time to travel smarter? Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Park for free next to our terminals. Check in 20 minutes before your departure. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with 0 investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Are you in pain? This is Dave Wyman, and if you're experiencing pain in your shoulder, elbow, wrist, hip, or knee, do what my friend and co-host Bob Stelton did and go see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
It's been a huge game changer. After 13 years of jiu-jitsu, I had a lot of issues with my hip. It was bad, so I'd heard a ton of patients raving about the results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner, so I had to check it out. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience performing more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. Now, people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back to doing what they enjoy doing without pain and without surgery.
Whether it's a hip like Bob had, a shoulder, a knee, a wrist, an ankle, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Feeling the heat? Cool off with Home Comfort Alliance. It's the final days of the warehouse clearance sale with savings up to 25% on brand new 2024 heat pumps and ACs while supplies last. And PSC customers, listen up. Add AeroSeal duct sealing for as little as $99. That's over $2,000 in savings. For heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, trust Home Comfort Alliance. Go to homecomfortalliance.com and tell them John Curley sent you.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, first thing is that the Mariners are going out on what is going to be a heck of a road trip, man. This is a no joke. Going through Baltimore, then Queens, then Philadelphia to take on, obviously a great Philadelphia team, a Mets team that's not playing well but is great at home, and an Orioles team that was supposed to be very good but has just completely gone in the tank. But even they play well at home. They're basically a 500 team when they're at Camden Yards. I liked your point earlier, Brock. You are going to have to kind of create some of that energy in the first part of this trip. It was very present over the weekend and throughout this homestand. Camden Yards is dead. It's one of the great ballparks in the country, but that place is not alive right now.
Nope, and they sold, and yet Gunnar Henderson is in there, and they got some dangerous bats still, within that lineup. How's your guy Colby Mayo doing, Lau? Is Colby Mayo playing? Where's he at these days?
Still
What
with
do you even ask
Baltimore.
question?
He's still with Baltimore?
Yes. Okay. All right.
I mean, yeah, he's been fine.
Will he be in the lineup tonight? Like, is he now getting everyday playing time with the Orioles, or not necessarily?
He's played 45 games this year, so yeah, up and down.
So we'll get a chance to see him. All right. Yep, so bring your own juice, win this series in Baltimore, Salk, and then, New York will be fascinating because they have just been in a tailspin. And some of their stars are right in the crosshairs because they're not doing everything and carrying everything. They're not great pitching. So hopefully the offense can kind of dial it up, and then Philadelphia will be like a World Series preview. Possibly.
Yeah, that could be very interesting. And you're going to see a lot of really good pitchers throughout, you're going to get, I forget who they see, but I was going through it yesterday. Like, they see the dude in Baltimore. They see guys in New York. They're going to see some dudes in Philadelphia. Weather's going to be up and down. Yeah. So the other thing going on right now is, as Aaron Judge is, obviously not playing, Cal Raleigh is. And
he's back playing.
All right, he's just now coming back playing. But Cal Raleigh is and is continuing to dominate, and his team is now better than the Yankees. Does that change some of the MVP talk? Here's Mark Zinno from ESPN Radio.
I'm not throwing analytics out the window, but OPS be damned in this case. Cal Raleigh is putting a team on his back and pushing them towards the postseason. If Seattle gets in and the Yankees are out,
we're not even having a conversation about that.
Well, I'm at a conundrum because it's not about a team award, and it never should be about a team. It's an individual award, and it should be just about the individual. So I have always said that I can't walk away due to take integrity. I can't walk away from that now. But it would be a huge lift, I think, in the mind of voters if the Yankees are out and the Mariners are in, that Cal Raleigh would get the MVP. I think he has an absolute real shot at it. And if the tailspin continues and the compiling Judge doesn't keep up the same rate that he has and just has a mediocre September, it might be enough for him to lose this thing.
Remember what the award stands for. Most valuable player. Most valuable. So most valuable is going to impact your team. It is going to impact your stats and value. Take Cal Raleigh off of these Seattle Mariners.
Well, I think the one challenge is we got to see what happens when you take Aaron Judge off of the Yankees. They were bad. So maybe he's right there. I mean, maybe that helps some of that conversation as well.
And he is incredibly valuable to the Yankees. He is.
Yeah.
But not as valuable as Cal.
It'd be hard to say it, just given all the various things Cal does, that anybody
and
is more valuable.
And by the way, if you don't just pass Salvi Perez at like 49 or 50, if you shatter that record and you do things as a switch-hitting catcher never, ever, 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 ever done in the history of the game, that makes a very strong, valuable argument as well.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Speaking of those Yankees, they did win yesterday. Tigers won as well. Detroit, Cleveland, Toronto were all off, so no movement there. Houston beats Boston, so they now have a full game lead over the Mariners in the division, but you just keep moving up in that wild card spot as the Red Sox and the Rays and the Yankees and all the other teams that have been involved with it. Texas has just been falling off fairly rapidly.
Yep. Yeah, I watching the Yankees and Astros, Red Sox and Astros, I don't know, I felt myself kind of a little torn.
Really?
A little bit, because the Red Sox are a dangerous matchup. You said that last time.
They're more dangerous than the Astros are. I think, again, I've said this a bunch of times. I am just not very high on that Astros team, nor am I high on that Rangers team.
But it is different, and you've not seen them. The last time we saw the Astros, it was Taylor Trammell. Yeah. It was some corpses. They've got some guys back in. Oh, by the way, they also added Carlos Correa.
I know,
so
and I give them credit for doing what they've done.
And it's Correa, and eventually it'll be Alvarez.
It just doesn't look like what it did. Correa's not what he was. Altuve's not what he was. Some of those are I'm sorry, I don't know what Jordan's going to look like when he comes back. I'm not saying they're a bad team. That would be an exaggeration, but I'm not real impressed with them, that's for sure. And meanwhile, while the Mariners may have the best team in the American League, they almost definitely have the best system in baseball. You start looking at these numbers: Colt Emerson, Cade Anderson, Laz Montes, Harry Ford, Ryan Sloan, Michael Arroyo, Johnny Farmelo, Gerangelo Saincha, and Felnin Celestine. All 9 of them ranking in the top 100 according to MLB Pipeline. That is a remarkable number. You saw this tweet that this guy sent us? New friend of the show. Brock, you saw this, right?
I did.
From
an MD.
From an MD. I'm just pulling it up. I'm sorry. David McCune. Thank you, David. He says he's claiming friend of the show status. We'll give you new friend of the show. But if you were to assign point values to all of those players, with number 1 getting 100, number 2 getting 99, etc., the Mariners would have 429 points. The next highest would be the Tigers at 326.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Wow. And that doesn't even account for Cole Young, who's up, the 21-year-old who is doing his thing at the big league level.
Nor does it account for any of the guys that they just dealt away or any of the new pitchers that they'll turn into Ryan Sloans within a year or two once they get a hold of them.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Seahawks, kind of a casual practice yesterday. Today is really the last day of fans being out there for training camp. And then after that, There's really just practice time now moving forward as they'll break camp tomorrow with the families being out there for the family picnic and all of that, which is usually a pretty cool thing.
I think with the Mariners going as hot as they are, this is the fastest training camp ever. As I just look at my calendar and just look at these weeks that have passed, week after week after week, and now we're in the fourth week. This thing has just totally flown by.
Yeah, one thing that's been surprising is the right guard job, which Mike McDonald said they don't want to rotate.
Right now, the plan is not to rotate. I think we're narrowing in on what we want to do. We have a process, so right now we just want to stick to it.
Okay, he says that, and Bob Condotta said yesterday that it looks like this job has kind of been won.
The other guy is Anthony Bradford, and I know that doesn't. I know the name Anthony Bradford doesn't excite Seahawks fans probably, but you do hear people talk about the way he has improved this year, the way he attacked the offseason. He came to camp last year. He battled some injuries. This year, he's a guy who's been out there every single day, every single play. And right now, I think he's your starting right guard. And I think he's kind of won that job.
Do we need to be talking more about Anthony Bradford?
I think so. And I don't think with Anthony it was ever a talent question. It was that old Ray Roberts intent question. Are we at recess? Are you hanging out? Or are you actually full of intent to go be a pro? Because he can move people as much or more than anybody on that line. And when he and Abe Lucas have intent and are healthy, you're talking about a dominating, and I know that's what that staff looks.
Just size-wise.
Yeah, just size and strength and power. Like you're moving people. You're not just, displacing them with your speed and athleticism. You're actually moving them with your power. Yeah. So to have that side be that, and Charles Cross and Gray Zabel have some of the athleticism and speed, that starts to be an offensive line that could look and feel very different from its predecessors.
All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, let's make sure we break here on time so we have a full allotted opportunity to talk to Jeff Passan. I missed him last week, so I'm pretty excited. We got a lot of good stuff for Mr. Passan, and we'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who needs to have a big week 2 of the preseason?
Damian Martinez, he got to play. Halani had 7 carries. Damian Martinez had 6, and Halani just outperformed. It could be the combination with the offensive line or whatnot. This is what preseason is all about. You're competing. Yes, you're on the same team. Yes, you want your buddy to have some success, but you're competing for that number 3 spot.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Yep, now's the time, guys. We talk about it all year round, but roofing season is definitely upon us right now. Why? Well, long, dry days, and they are long and dry right now. They are hot, man. So crews can realistically work from sun up to sundown. They're cranking out projects all over our region, and obviously Riverside Roofing that charge. They're in Marysville. They serve the entirety of Western Washington. They do amazing work, which is why they've earned my recommendation. Industry awards, too, like GAF Master Elite's President's Club, a status that fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the entire country can achieve. Yeah, get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds. You can use Quick Quote directly on riversideroofingllc.com. Just going to pop up as soon as you go to the website, so it's very easy. And then you can expect a yard and driveway that are totally clean of any debris thanks to the catch-all system. Behind those national accolades, just a family company from right here in Marysville, built upon important local values like trust. That's why I always say Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust.
At Toyota of Kirkland, it's all about making the smart play. More savings and taking the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Prius, the electric ride, leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible team at Toyota of Kirkland will set you up with a test drive so you can head to the ballpark in that new car the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1263.
Symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya guselkumab may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland, it's all about making the smart play. More savings and taking the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Prius, the electric ride, leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible team at Toyota of Kirkland will set you up with a test drive so you can head to the ballpark in that new car the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1263.
You gotta love baseball season, but when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Riq Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
But don't wait until after your flooding disaster.
DayandNight.net.
Water heaters have a predictable lifespan. Typically, it's between 8 to 12 years. The worst and most expensive time to look at replacing your water heater is when it's an emergency. It's leaking and it's leaving you without hot water through an evening or a weekend. Hi, I'm Bruce. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Your showers are cold. Your water heater's too old.
DayandNight.net.
And it's taking forever for hot water to get there.
DayandNight.net.
Now get $50 off installation when it's time to replace your old water heater or upgrade to a tankless or heat pump water heater. Day and Night is here for you round the clock.
DayandNight.net.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
And it's time for Jeff Passan. Good morning, Jeffrey.
Michael, how are you?
Well, I'm good. I've been, I come back and missed you last week. I was out doing some stuff on Tuesday, so I missed you. And I hear that you were insulting me and saying that I infected Brock with the disease of the turd, which I don't even really know what that means. But I grant that you had a plan there with whatever it is you were saying. And I guess my thought process afterwards is I tend to think of you as a pretty smart, well-educated, erudite kind of guy. Why do you resort to such pathetic, lowbrow language as turd?
I mean, if it looks like a turd and smells like a turd, I'm not going to call it a diamond.
No, but that's just kind of lowbrow. I expect more out of you.
Bro, you don't know me well enough. And, potty humor is the highest form to me. So I got nothing. Perhaps I was a little bit over the top. However, do think it's a little turgly when the Mariners are in the middle of a 7-game winning streak and on the cusp of taking over first place in the American League West that you started with yourself.
Well, I was really starting with you was the point. How about this, though? Yeah, let's dig right into it because it really is more important. How about this? How about what we've gotten a chance to watch here since the trade deadline? They win 9 out of 10 games, 7 straight. How much of that is the effect of just being buyers and sort of the confidence and the messaging that comes all the way down to the team from doing that?
I mean, I'm not going to say it's directly attributable, but it sure doesn't hurt. And that's always been the thing, I think, with trade deadline additions. You can look at other teams. The Yankees went out and remade their bullpen. Their bullpen's been tire fire since. The Mets were aggressive at the deadline, and they've been maybe even worse than the Yankees. Like, there are teams that went out there and did what the Mariners did or did something similar to it and just haven't had that effect. But I look at the Mariners and I just feel like what they did was they complemented something that was good already. They saw an opportunity, not just in a wide open American League West, not just in a wide open American League, but in a wide open Major League Baseball, where the best team right now is the Milwaukee Brewers, who are playing incredible ball. The only team that's been hotter, frankly, than the Mariners, but historically has not had very much success in the postseason. So all of this is to say, I think the Mariners saw a chance for something really special to happen. And I know it's been only 10 games, and I'm not going to sit here and judge a team based on how it's playing in a small window in early to mid-August. But I'll say this, guys, it looks pretty good. It looks like the kind of a team that can win its division and can win the pennant and can win the World Series. And if I'm a baseball team right now, I do not want to see the Seattle Mariners on the other side of the field.
Well, and the crazy thing is you really don't want to see their lineup. It's not even just the pitching.
I know.
You say the 10 games, and I was curious because we just saw that when it first came out. You're just like, oh, my God, look at this lineup. It just looks so much better and so much different. I ran some numbers, and I don't know how you would feel about doing it. How do you compare eras? There's so many different ways to do it, and I'm not a statistician, as I'm sure you could guess. But just looking at the OPS plus, which is obviously, which is going to factor in.
That's probably the first thing that and like weighted on base. That's what I would look at.
All right, so I looked at an OPS plus because it's going to compare eras, and this Mariner lineup compared to all the other Mariner lineups over the years in terms of like the 9 guys who played the most during a year. I only had so much time to do this at Baseball Reference. This is second. They are 0.5 behind the 97 Mariners for being the best offensive lineup they've ever run out there.
I would have to look back at some of those 90s lineups. And, when you have Junior and Edgar and Jay Buhner and the rest of the crew in the same lineup, that's kind of tough to beat. I mean, those are 2 Hall of Famers right there. I'm not sure we're going to have any Hall of Famers from this particular lineup. But what I love
but this
about
lineup is
Mariners,
deeper, Jeff, and that's really the difference.
I was going to say, I love the depth of this lineup, and I love the balance of this lineup. I love that there are a bunch of guys who hit left-handed, a bunch of guys who hit right-handed, and some switch hitters. I love that there's power and that there's speed and that there's on-base skill. I love that there are guys who make contact. Just top to bottom, you're right. It's a terrifying lineup to have to pitch around. And I'll just give a couple of examples. A guy like Cole Young, the power hasn't shown up immensely, but God, he takes really great at bats. He walks a lot. He is willing to not just hunt for his pitch, but to not chase outside the zone. And for a player who's in his first season like Cole Young, it's the kind of thing you see and think to yourself, man, that is like once he really starts getting it, once he gets some experience in the big leagues, this has a chance to be a really good skill set. And Josh Naylor is the other one. And I know Josh Naylor's been the best hitter for the Mariners since the break in more or less every regard. But it keeps going back, guys, to the fact that for someone who has as much pop as he does, as much slug as he can provide, to just not strike out, it's a game changer when you have that in the middle of your lineup.
I feel like AJ Hawk on the Pat McAfee show.
I know. I'm
do I
sorry,
get to talk?
buddy.
8 minutes in, do I get to talk?
Sorry about that.
You want to continue?
Hi, Brock.
Hi, Jeffrey. 43 games to go.
You're live. Sorry about the smell.
How AJ just sits and stares at the camera, it's just incredible to me. I can't do it.
What a gig.
43 games to go. Okay, 43 games to go. We're playing little fantasy baseball with Jeff Passan. And I say to Jeff Passan, with 43 games to go, you get to pick which lineup in baseball you want for this 43 game stretch. Where would the Mariners fit in your ranking with this offensive lineup?
Boy, oh boy. See, I'm trying to think of teams that I would absolutely have ahead of them. And
would you take Phillies or New Yorks?
I think I would take the Cubs over them.
Okay.
I think the Cubs with Pete Crow Armstrong and Kyle Tucker and say Suzuki, Michael Busch, Dansby Swanson, Matt Shaw swinging the bat well. They get production from Carson Kelly behind the plate. I mean, it's close. I could see the argument for the Mariners over the Cubs, but I think I would probably take the Cubs. I would probably take the Dodgers just because of the star power. I know they have not hit for a while now, and Mookie Betts is not having the year that we expect out of him. But Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Will Smith, and a lot of depth. I think I would probably take the Dodgers. Aside from that, it's hard to argue with Milwaukee right now, but I like the Mariners lineup better than them. I think they've got the depth that the Yankees don't. The Blue Jays probably belong up in that discussion as well. But they're top five. I think I can say that pretty comfortably. Like, the Mariners are a top five offense in baseball right now.
Pretty amazing to think about, considering some of the conversations we've had over the last couple of years. The other thing,
oh my God, right? I mean, it's and it's just I always thought that when the Mariners got good, like good, that this was going to be based around its pitching, and the pitching is still there. We've seen strikeout George Kirby, and we've seen Walter Logan Gilbert, and Brian Woo's just been a god all year long. Luis Castillo, keep the ball in the park, but aside from that, he's been his steady self, and Bryce Miller's going to be back soon. I don't know what role it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to start off, and I imagine he's going to start off back in the rotation and build up a little bit. But the idea that they could eventually deploy him in the bullpen alongside Munoz and Brash and Spire and Ferguson, you need – if you go into a postseason, you want at least five relievers that you can rely on. Like that. That's the way postseason baseball has gone, where more and more relief pitching has become imperative there. And half the innings in the postseason are now going to relief pitchers. So it's going to be interesting to see how Dan Wilson and I'm not guaranteeing the Mariners a playoff spot at this point, but if they make it, how does Dan Wilson deploy those arms? Because he doesn't have to worry about guys going out there and just throwing up zeros like he did in that Houston series a few years ago, where the Mariners gave the world champion Astros the best run of any team that postseason. And the only thing that was impeding them, frankly, was their inability to score runs.
Well, yeah, and by the way, you get to the playoffs, you might add Emerson Hancock to that list. You might add Logan Evans to that list. I mean, if you're just taking the best pitchers on the roster, you could make that bullpen better and better and better. You mentioned Naylor, and he has been quite the revelation. The personality is awesome. I love that we have
Fun to watch, isn't it?
Oh my God, it's great. And we've got a texter, I don't know if you heard this, who has nicknamed him the Big Grumper. to go with Cal. So you got the big dumper and the big grumper, and it's like the most perfect description ever. I love the intensity. I love everything about it. I love the base stealing, which is funny.
Crazy, right?
It's hilarious.
I think he swiped more bags this week than anyone in baseball.
I mean, I mean, we could probably do a whole segment just on that. But what I know he's going to want to go to free agency. I wouldn't blame him. He's got to come this far. Why wouldn't he? But what does a deal for Josh Naylor look like at his age? And he doesn't hit a ton of home runs. So, like, what does Josh Naylor get in the open market?
That is one of those where I'll be honest, I have not done enough research on what first basemen like his age historically get to tell you with any degree of certainty. Do I think Josh Naylor is a 9-figure player? I do. But I've always been a big Josh Naylor fan. I've always just thought, like, there's a ball player right here. This is a guy who still hits for high average in an era where no one does. This is a guy who can take walks and get on base and move a runner over and drive in runs. And let's not discount his power either, by the way. He hit 31 home runs last season. So, like, there's some thump there. But the fact that he's going to be a 2020 guy this year, that is something I would have never seen from Josh Naylor. And to me, I think that speaks to his intelligence as a baseball player. He's not the fastest guy out there, but I think he's a really smart base runner who takes advantage of opportunity. And that, to me, is like a winning player defined right there. A guy who uses his physical characteristics to get the absolute best out of them. And that's what Josh Naylor is doing right now. Now, we have to acknowledge, Mike, that the first base market for free agents has not been particularly friendly over time. And yet we're also living in an era where a first baseman is a $500 million player, and that's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. So for Josh Naylor to, at his age, I believe he's going to be 29 over the winter. He might still be 28, actually. For him, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, he just turned 28.
Yeah, just.
So a guy who's still got 2 years in his 20s reaching free agency. I mean, to me, I get why teams don't give long-term deals to first basemen, but Josh Naylor and what he can provide seem like the kind of guy that you would want to bring back.
Jeffrey, I feel like, I mean, in the next 7 weeks, we'll define this. So it's the beauty of baseball. It will play itself out. But I feel like if Cal shatters, and I mean shatters, these all-time catcher records, and he's at 45 home runs, 3 away from Salvador, if he gets to 55, 56, if he ties Ken Griffey Jr.'s single-season record of 58 home runs as a Seattle Mariner, doing it as a catcher every day as he's done it, I feel like that's the strongest argument as to why he will be the American League MVP. Am I wrong?
No. But I don't personally, when I voted for MVP and I was looking at a guy's body of work, I compared it to the other people in that year, not to what others have done over time. And I think that's the fairest way to do it. This is not about Cal Raleigh and Salvador Perez or Cal Raleigh and Ken Griffey Jr. This is about Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge. And right now, Aaron Judge has an OPS nearly 200 points higher than Cal Raleigh. Now, this is not to take anything, and I mean anything, away from what Cal Raleigh has done this season. But when you have a gap of that magnitude, it's tough to overcome. And I think that it's funny that Cal Raleigh, the guy who plays at 10 o'clock on the East Coast every night, the guy who is in the most remote baseball location that there is in the big leagues, that he has the narrative advantage over Aaron Judge, a New York Yankee, is wild to me. But he does. I think, I think there can be a bit of it, and I always tried very hard to stay away from this. I think there can be a bit of fatigue when it comes to MVP voting, like, I'm voting the same guy every year. To me, that was like a privilege when I could vote for greatness and continuous, consistent greatness. I never saw that as a negative, but I think some voters probably do. And the fact that Cal is just so damn likable does not hurt his chances here. In fact, I think will enhance them.
You know, you mentioned Cole Young earlier and some of what he's done with the bat. It struck us as we were talking yesterday to Divish that Mariners have not had a lot of guys come in and do what he's done. He's only 21. He should be a college senior right now, which is pretty remarkable. There'll be guys drafted next year older than Cole Young. How do you allow a guy to have that success early? How important is it to have space on your team at the beginning of the year to allow for a young player like that to eventually find his way and contribute?
I think this is a really good sign for what the Mariners have to come, that Cole Young has transitioned as well as he has to the big leagues. Now, I think it doesn't hurt that he did not come up as a savior, right? Like, he did not come up as Roman Anthony, who has handled it more with the Boston Red Sox. He did not come up as Jack Caglione, who, had some flashes, but struggled before he wound up on the injured list. Like, it's a very delicate balance that you need to strike, but going to Cole Young like the Mariners did and saying, hey, we don't need you to win us the pennant. We need you to go out there and be yourself. And that's pretty much what he's been to this point, right? He's been very solid defensively. Like, I enjoy watching him play second base and turn that double play. And he's been just really solid offensively. He's not going to be a guy who's going to hit you 30 home runs in a season, but he is someone who's going to work good at bat and get on base. And when I say this is promising for the future, what I mean is transitioning players to the big leagues can be really difficult. And over the next 5 years, guys, we're going to see a lot of that from the Mariners. Like, we're going to see Colt Emerson somewhere on the left side of the infield. And we're going to see Laz Montez in the outfield. Not sure where. Is that when Victor Robles' contract expires, and or is it when Randy Arozarena reaches free agency? I don't know at this point. But best laid plans. We have to keep that in mind. Not all transitions are going to be as smooth and seamless as Cole Young's has been. But I think what the Mariners have in place is a foundation that makes it a very accommodating place and an accommodating clubhouse for young players. And I think that begins with Cal Raleigh. He had some stuff early in his career where he saw the way that he was treated by certain guys, and it didn't sit well with him. And I think he learned from that if I'm going to be a leader on this team, then I need to make this place as comfortable as possible so everyone can find the best version of themselves. And I think that's one thing that we're seeing with Cole Young right now.
You know what I'm hearing in 20 minutes here, Jeffrey? Just big picture, just kind of taking in this conversation. I'd be remiss not to point out that for years you have said to Salk and I and our audience and Mariners fans, the window is open. It's time to go for it. I'd be remiss not to point out a month ago when you said these are the biggest 10 days in Jerry and Justin's career. They have got to make this thing happen. They have got to deliver on their promise. As I just sit here, on this August 12th, right, with the Mariners doing what they're doing right now, have they not answered that call to go for it, have that urgency with this window open to go do something you've not done before?
They did, guys, and the best part is that Eugenio Suarez isn't even hitting right now. Like that to me, he's in a Geno slump right now. You guys are familiar with it. It's where he doesn't walk. It's where he strikes out, seeming like
38%.
Is it bats?
It's 38%.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things where I think with other teams that weren't playing so well, you'd be asking the question, "What's up with Geno?" Like, did the Mariners screw up? No, they didn't. They didn't, because he's going to have big hits. He's going to go on a heater. He's going to hit some home runs. And when he does, this machine that they've got going right now, it's going to be even better. And so, yeah, I think they, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, guys. There's a lot of baseball left to be played. What I think the Mariners have done, though, is put themselves in as good of a position as we've seen them since the heyday. This right now is the best team that the Mariners have since the, late 90s, early 2000s? Mm-hmm. 2 decades. And I think I'd love to say they're being rewarded for their aggressiveness. I don't think it works that way, though, because other teams have been aggressive and haven't had quite the fortune that the Mariners have at this point. I think what they did, though, was intelligent in a number of ways. It was intelligent, number one, in the recognition that they need to go, that now is the time that if you have built up and built up and built up at some point, you got to put a turbocharger on the thing. And that's what they did. But beyond that they didn't dip into their top prospects to do it, and that they were willing to give up control over guys. And they gave up, among Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy and Tyler Locklear, like high-end prospects, but not high-end for the Mariners. And that speaks to what they've done developmentally, that few, if any, organizations have drafted and developed as well as the Mariners have over the last 5 years. And this is the fruits of their labor.
We've gone this whole time. We've barely talked about their pitching, their starting pitching, which is supposed to be the strength of this team. We haven't even mentioned the name Julio Rodriguez, who, by the way, has 11 home runs in the last month and has been awesome and a huge part of this, and really seems to be benefiting from having Gino back and just sort of the vibe and all of it. We haven't mentioned kind of the cool... Brock, you and I were talking about it yesterday, almost like the 4 different points of the compass with the leadership here, with Naylor and his edge, Julio with his athleticism and fun factor, Gino with the good vibes only, and then Cal with that sort of hard work and determination. It really is a very interesting team. We're having a lot of fun watching them right now, and curious to see what they do now as they go on a tough road trip to Baltimore, Queens, and Philly. It's going to be a tough 9 days. Jeff, thank you. Good to talk to you, and I appreciate you not using any potty words over the last 25 minutes. Very impressive. Well, you just got to keep your mouth shut after that? You have nothing to say?
Did you not hear the little fart noise I made?
Oh, jeez. What, did you use your armpit or something? What's wrong with you?
No, just like that.
Just a standard fart noise. All right. Well, there you go. That's what we get from the premier baseball writer in the country, Jeff Passan, giving us fart noises. What a world we live in. Goodbye, Jeffrey. We'll be right back with the 19th most intriguing Seahawk next on Brock and Salk.
With preseason game 1 in the books.
Here's Milroe rolling out to the right side and throws a dart.
The work continues going into the final week of training camp. Whose stock is on the rise?
Jalen played well.
Who's on the bubble?
Oots can run for a 270-pounder.
Nobody has the Seahawks covered like Seattle Sports.
You felt the line of scrimmage. You felt the physicality.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
On 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Keep your summer fun going in a new Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time with available all-wheel drive. Now through September 2nd, get 4.99 APR financing on any new 25 Camry. Or lease a new Camry LE for just $299 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Whether you're building a high-rise or hosting a family reunion, you need things to run smooth and clean. That's where Honey Bucket comes in. They deliver top-tier portable restrooms, hand-washing stations, storage containers, fencing, and much more for construction sites and special events of all sizes. Just ask Cal Raleigh, Big Dumper himself. He knows a clean setup when he sees one. Honey Bucket. Local, trusted by pros, preferred by party planners. Call today or visit honeybucket.com.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635. Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! That was a fun conversation with Jeff Passan. We'll come back to some of that at 9:30. And then I actually have some more things I want to react to tomorrow. So we'll have some time then to dig into some of what we heard from Jeff during that last half hour. Every day at 9 o'clock, Brock, leading up to Seahawks season, though, as hard as it is for me to get back on the horse after the after the horrors of not putting Cal Raleigh into my most intriguing Mariners list, and obviously I've been wrong, I'm back up. I'm trying it again, and we're bringing you the 20 most intriguing Seahawks.
Number 19.
No tie today. We actually just have one person.
So we all have trust in you. It's like Gino. Okay, so what? You struck out 38% of the time. You had a -6 WRC plus.
I don't get the sense everyone does. I've got a texter here from the 253 saying, call him a piece of bleep, Jeff. Like, that feels really unnecessary. I don't need that in my life. How dare you? What's the matter with people? Number 19 is cornerback Riq Woolen, Brock. And I think it's just such a big year for him. What?
There's 18 more intriguing guys than Riq, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
For me.
Wow.
Yeah. You think that's too low?
I mean, on the surface, that feels low.
I think
just on the surface.
Yeah, if it had been a year ago, I think, and maybe you're right. I mean, again, I think there's a lot of wiggle room with some of these guys. It's like the draft, right? Where like numbers 10 through 19 maybe are interchangeable, right? Like there's a shelf, number 9, number 10, and then everybody after that is in their own, could kind of jumble up. I guess like, I don't know. At this point, I feel like I'm starting to get a sense as to who Riq Woolen is, and so maybe that takes it down a notch, but it's obviously a huge season for him, as this is becoming like his opportunity to earn that next contract. And whether it's going to be here or somewhere else, can he be a physical player? Can he be a consistent player? He was asked about it and gave a very nice, thoughtful answer about what this year is like.
Honestly, my mindset is still the same. I mean, there's no difference. All you're doing is playing football. That's all it really is playing football, and all the other stuff will take care of itself. I just thank God to be able to be in a position where I put myself in to be able to be considered for extension or be able to consider, to be as a high-rated player in that contract year. So just being able to, soak it all in because, Judgment Day is coming, and it's a realistic thing. But I really ain't tripping too much. My biggest thing was to, give everything I got this season for my teammates and for the 12s, because there is a chance or I may or may not be here. So other than that, I'm being where my feet at. I love this team. I love this city. I love this organization, everybody here. And they the team that drafted me and gave me a chance to be able to be in the position I am right now. So I'm not really focused too much on the contract stuff. I know it'll come. I just got to continue being Riq Woolen.
Yeah. All right. It's a big year for him, though, right? I mean, like...
You know why it feels low to me, by the way? Why I think on the surface it feels low?
Talent level?
Julio and Cal's ceiling are the highest on the Mariners.
Mm-hmm.
It's positional players. A little difference, kind of apples and oranges between the pitchers and of the 20, whatever it is, 15 to 20 positional players. Like, it's obvious those two. And we're seeing Cal exceed any ceiling any of us imagined this year. He's on a stairway to heaven, well beyond the ceiling, doing things that nobody even ever imagined. When it comes to the Seahawks, just pure ceiling, Salk? Like, who's got the highest ceiling if they get there and they hit it from a talent standpoint? Isn't it Riq Woolen, like, right up there with anybody else?
Yeah, I in some ways, yes. Yeah, so I understand that argument.
When you hear Julian Love and you hear these guys say, like, there's nobody. Like, right when I asked, who did I ask?
But, Brock, it's also been 3 years. Like, and for the last 2, we've seen some of the same challenges. And I guess I'm also looking, and I'm just looking at the list right now and some of the guys that are going to be here above him. It's not always, some of it is something new, right? That we have no idea really what to expect. Some of it is the positions they play. Corner is obviously an important spot, but, I'm more concerned with the defense in general, and I kind of know he's going to give the Seahawks at least a baseline performance. I think the bigger question with him is, can he do all of it? Can he play the whole game? And he answered some of that this offseason as well, because I think there's a perception that he's just not always giving 100%.
Honestly, I'm a chill guy. I'm a laid-back guy. Some people may mistake that as lazy or not caring, but I'm a just laid-back guy. I'm always happy. I'm not one of those guys that talk too much. People really don't even talk trash to me, and if they do, it'd be kind of crazy because it's like I haven't said nothing to you, but a lot of people know that I'm a great player, so they really don't talk trash anyway. For me, I just go out there and play the game. Some people may talk something to me, but I may laugh or I may say something, but I'm not like just a talkative person. I just like to, stay clear-headed and just play my game,
Yeah, I know. But I also know a day like yesterday is exactly the kind of days that you can't be laid back. Accountability, communication, technique, those are the things you're talking about. right? Those are things. That's why he was benched just to start a game last year. Like, just accountability. Like, you got to have an urgency. It's this funny thing. It's his personality. Can you be laid back in football? Yeah, you could be laid back. But when you step on the white lines, can you play laid back?
Mm-hmm.
No. I don't believe you can.
Right, you got to.
And I believe the greatest corners, the Charles Woodsons, the Champ Baileys, the greatest corners that I ever saw that were ever in my era, the greatest positional players, the Ed Reeds, Troy Polamalu's, right? Yeah, you could be laid back off the field, but tell me like an elite player that played laid back. There may be some. I don't know. Go ahead, text. Tell me somebody that's got that laid back
as a corner.
Yeah, just a football player.
Yeah.
Any position.
Certainly hard for me to think of a corner, who has
O
that.
lineman, D lineman, linebacker, tight end,
really
receiver.
talk.
Like, tell me somebody that can
Darrell
play.
Revis that much of a talker?
I'm not talking like you have to talk
kind of-
smack, but I'm intent, accountability, communication, unbelievable. Like,
Well,
hey, man,
maybe
I'm a
I
laid-back
feel like that's why
cheerleader.
he's number 19 on this list. That he
Might
just
be.
hasn't shown those things yet.
Might be.
It's been a while. Yeah. So anyway, there you go. There's Riq Woolen. He's number 19 on the top 20 most intriguing Seahawks countdown. As you've been here a while, it's hard to stay at the top of that list, right? Because as the longer you're here, I think the more and more we have a sense as to who you are. I don't know whether there's like a next step coming from him. It's just a matter of whether or not there's, sort of living up to some of that potential.
Well, if there's 65 snaps in a game, and that dude has a sense of urgency on 65 snaps a game, Salk, that judgment day that will be coming will be an enormous judgment with lots of zeros after it for Riq Woolen. Whether that's here in Seattle or elsewhere or whatever. Like, you play with that kind of urgency, man, when you've got backside support and you come up and you feel it, right? When you've got that play and that concept that you have repped and when you've been communicated to and you know what you're doing, and he has that urgency on every play. I mean, he's got a ceiling that's just different than almost anybody else on this team.
Yeah, 100%. All right, good stuff. We will get back to the Mariners here in about 20 minutes, and then we're actually doing Answer the Question Jerk at 9:45. So hopefully people will have some questions. You can start texting them in now if you want. 866-979-3776. You can text us about anything, any subject, whatever it is you got a question about. Send a text, and as a foursome, we will try to answer it at 866-979-3776. We'll do that coming up in a few. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs, and it's only on Seattle Sports.
Pitch swung on. That's roped. Left field line towards the pole. Back-to-back jacks. Cal Raleigh, Julio.
Up next, a long 9-game East Coast road trip. Today, it's the first of 3 against the Orioles in Baltimore.
First pitch at 3:35. Pregame at 2:30.
On Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Well, just as we were talking about a particular football player being urgent, I would challenge you all out there to have a sense of urgency if you are so stressed and frustrated and confused with your insurance. If you find yourself in that spot, make this Tuesday morning the day where you say, you know what, I'm going to do what Brock has told me to do. I'm going to take that First Mark Insurance Challenge, just like he and Molly did years ago, like many of his family and friends have. I'm going to have a sense of urgency to take care of my insurance, and I'm going to invite First Mark to be my teammate, where they will fully analyze my current coverage, making sure I'm not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, one like you and me, they can go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they have worked with for years to find you the best fit. No stress, no confusion. They're your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a day longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. Did I mention? It's totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
At Toyota Renton, the game plan is simple. Save money and take the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry, leasing at just $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Corolla at $219 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. The wonderful team at Toyota Renton can set you up with a test drive so you can take your new car to the stadium the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota Renton or online at toyotarenton.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer, accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1852.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half-geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snare that short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
some AC you'll be loving.
When your house is an oven.
Dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking,
we're the place to be looking.
Dayandnight.net.
Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dayandnight.net.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men, too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat-freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Probably the toughest road trip of the year, don't you think, Brock, when you kind of put together the time of year, the teams you're playing, how good they play at their own buildings. I think it's going to be a tough one for the Mariners. Doesn't mean they're not going to win a whole bunch of games on it, but it's a pretty good challenge. First to Baltimore, then to New York to play the Mets, and then to Philadelphia. You're going to see some really good pitching along the way. All of those teams are better at home than they are on the road. Even the Orioles, who've struggled, are just a game under 500 at home. So this is a pretty good challenge. On the other hand, you're now a pretty darn good team. You heard Passan talk about how good this lineup is. Here's Mark DeRosa on just how good the Mariners are in general.
You look around; they're the most complete team in the
best team in the American League.
I think so.
Over the Astros.
Like they should feel that way.
Really?
They should feel that way from a starting rotation. The depth of their lineup now: Rosarena on down, Naylor, Suarez, J-Rod, J.P. Crawford. Put up the boards of Cal Raleigh, please. You're getting a historic, and he might track down Judge here.
So Naylor and Suarez changed it that much because we didn't talk about this team like that.
They were the two perfect backs that they needed.
Okay.
Right? You bring in Suarez, who has been there and endeared himself to the fan base and all the teammates. You saw them. Then you bring in edge personified in Josh Naylor. But what you also bring in is a guy, look at this, who knew he was going to steal bags? I don't know if this is coincidence or he's doing this on purpose, but he brings an edge and a quality of at-bat to that lineup that they sorely needed.
That's a lot of compliments for Mark DeRosa, and he's not alone.
Yeah, so I think twofold to start this journey out, and it begins this afternoon. Bring your own juice, because in Baltimore it's going to be a dead environment. Going to be nobody there, so you're going to, after the weekend that you just had, with 40,000, all the emotion, Ichiro, everything else, got to bring that and then handle all this affirmation. Like, handle all this attention, handle all this praise, handle all these flowers that are being thrown at you as the best team in the American League. That'll be the start of it. And then it will get real in New York.
That's a good point, Brock. Sure. I like that. That, to me, makes a lot more sense and feels a lot more real than the idea of a trap game in baseball. I don't really believe in that. I've said that before. I don't think baseball has trap games or trap series. But I think the letdown effect of all of the energy and juice that was created here over the weekend, going to Baltimore where they're out of it and the fans don't care and they're like, yeah, I think that's really well said. Find a way to keep your own energy up and not hear the press clippings or anything else. Yeah, and I think this team is pretty well equipped to do that. I think they showed that over the weekend. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like starting late this afternoon in Baltimore.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We'll be following. It is scoreboard watching time for real. So these will be probably daily updates and need to know. Houston won last night. They beat Boston. So sort of a good news, bad news situation. You're full game back in the division, but you get a game or half game on Boston there. Yankees win. Tigers win. Detroit, Cleveland, Toronto all off. And I'm going to keep both the Tigers and the Blue Jays on that list because trying to track down the top two seeds is a huge deal. That's how you end up with a first-round bye. Now, the Mariners have the pitching staff to get through whatever, but having the ability to sit and let other teams use up their bullpen and exhaust themselves, that's a huge edge.
It is, and I'm glad you kind of mentioned that at the very end there with Jeff. Like, we do have all this conversation about Kyle and Naylor and everybody else, but this thing is still built on what? And over the final 43 games, what will likely be the biggest determiner? Your starting pitching. Can Logan go deeper into games? Is he built up enough? Is there going to be enough efficiency to get to 6-7 innings a game? Can Woo keep this streak of 6 innings every single time out going? Right? We know that the group that gets the most taxed, and they did at this point last year, was that bullpen. And yes, you brought in one reinforcement, and we'll see what Jackson Kowar and what he can do and how they're going to play all this out. But starting pitching is where my eye will be, especially at the start of the
I think that makes sense. If your eye is on the minor league system, your eyes are wide right now, just trying to get all of the various top 100 Mariners into the focus. Because of the wide set eyes. I've got some thoughts on that, by the way. I learned a little bit about wide set eyes. I'll tell you in a moment. 9 Mariners in the top 100. Colt Emerson, Kate Anderson, Laz Montez, Harry Ford, Ryan Sloan, all in the top 50. And then Michael Arroyo, Johnny Farmello, Jurangelo Saincha, and Felnin Celestine, all between 51 and 100. I mean, dude, they're stacked at the minor league level. And I said this earlier, I love the balance. 3 infielders, 3 starting pitchers, 2 outfielders, and a catcher. They really have everything other than one position. First base. And to me, that is all the more reason to continue to try to have conversations. Maybe not today. It may be too early. But once the season ends, you get Josh Naylor's a perfect fit for this team moving forward at the one position they really don't have covered in the minor leagues.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All in all, Brock, how was Seahawks training camp?
Well, the number one way you judge it is everybody available? And you know, there have been some ups and downs there. Tyrese Knight, you mentioned that yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
That's got a significant watch for you, just because the guy next to him has been in and out of camp for personal reasons, handling family business. So that linebacker spot. But by and large, man, I have loved that just about everybody else has practiced. Right? Cooper Kupp has been practicing. Your veteran guys have been practicing. That the group has had a lot of time on task together. K9 has been out of it, and I think that's a loss. I made my proclamation earlier today, but that's kind of my first judgment, especially now as a coach. Like, hey, man, are we getting everybody together? Are they getting the work in? Are they able to do this thing so we can hit the ground running? And that way, I think that's been a really positive deal. Especially you look around the league, a lot of big-time injuries. The 49ers team you're going to play going to be down 2 starters, safety and Ayuk's back by maybe week 6 or 8 in that opener. So, yeah, I love
Rams.
kind of
Matt
where they're at
Stafford
right
is
now.
certainly a big and important one, and I don't think anyone knows for sure where that's going to go. Yeah, no, I think that's very well said. They're pretty healthy right now, knock on wood. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, let me remind you, answer the question jerk. We started to get some questions coming in. We'll do it at 9:45, so you still have some time. But I tend to put it all together during this break. So if you want to get your question in, realistically, you really have to do it like now in the next 5 minutes. If you want me to, include it and answer the question jerk. So please, 866-979-3776. I do want to talk Mariners. I've got like 3 or 4 different ways I could go. So I'm kind of curious, who would you like to talk about? I've got like 4 or 5 guys. You're right. I do want to save the Luis Castillo one for later in the week. Maybe we'll do that Thursday before he pitches in the day game on Thursday. I can talk Julio. I could talk Randy. Could talk Cole Young. Could talk more Josh Naylor. Is there anybody in particular you'd like to talk about right now, Lyle?
Brock was telling me he wants to talk a lot about Randy and Rosarena.
You want to talk Randy? Okay. We'll start with Randy, and then we'll go from there, because I think there's some real conversations to have with all of these guys. There are a lot of people that deserve a lot of credit right now on this baseball team, and I want to make sure we're honoring as many of them as possible. So we'll do it next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Josh Naylor in his last 7, 348, 423, 3 home runs.
The big grumper, because he looks grumpy. I love it. But here's a story. My buddy took his grandkids to the ball game. It's crazy I'm kicking it with guys who have grandkids, right? That's how old I'm getting. He took his jersey off and gave it to the kid who was about 5 or 6 years old. So the big grumper has a soft side as well.
Yeah.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All right, guys, now is the time, and I know we talk about it all year round, but roofing season, this is the best time for it. What makes it roofing season? Long, dry days. Yeah, roofing crews can realistically work sun up to sundown, which is a long time here in the summer, which is why they're cranking out projects all over our region. Riverside Roofing, of course, is leading the charge. They're in Marysville, and they serve the entirety of Western Washington. They do awesome work. It's why they earned my recommendation. Industry awards, GAF Master Elite President's Club. Yeah, fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the entire country can achieve that. You can get a roofing quote in 60 seconds using Quick Quote directly on riversideroofingllc.com. Pops up as soon as you go to the website. And then both during and after your roofing job, you know your yard and driveway are going to be totally clear of debris because they use the catch-all system, which is unbelievable. Behind all those national accolades, just a family company from right here in Marysville, built on those important local values. The biggest one, trust. That's why I say it all the time. Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust.
At Toyota Renton, the game plan is simple. Save money and take the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry, leasing at just $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Corolla at $219 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. The wonderful team at Toyota Renton can set you up with the test drive so you can take your new car to the stadium the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota Renton or online at toyotarenton.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1852.
Your time is money. Stop wasting it in I-5 gridlock.
Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Northwest homeowners, when it comes to your roof, you need a name you can trust. Techline Roofing has proudly served the Seattle area for years, delivering exceptional results and lasting security. Choose Techline Roofing. Your trust is our foundation. Trust Techline.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Feeling the heat? Cool off with Home Comfort Alliance. It's the final days of the warehouse clearance sale with savings up to 25% on brand new 2024 heat pumps and ACs while supplies last. And PSC customers, listen up. Add AeroSeal duct sealing for as little as $99. That's over $2,000 in savings. For heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, trust Home Comfort Alliance. Go to homecomfortalliance.com and tell them John Curley sent you.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Top Fitness Stores, the Puget Sound's premier fitness equipment store, is having a summer sale. Right now, they're offering the Inspire FT2 functional trainer at $2,000 off. Check out Precor's new 500 series treadmills and ellipticals. They're also offering the Inspire T5 fold-up treadmill at $500 off. Do you have an empty room in your house? Give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. Top Fitness also has the flooring to complete the fitness space you dream of. As always, get the best advice and service from the team of experts at Top Fitness with professional delivery and assembly. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to professional athletes loves Top Fitness. From simple items like weights and accessories to complete home gym packages. Check out the summer event now. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's refractive lens exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Answer the question, Jerk, coming up in 15 minutes, and I do have a bunch of questions, but feel free to add more. I'll see if I can try to add a couple more before we get there at 9:45. Just text 866-979-3776. I do think one interesting part about this Mariner team, Brock, is they've got, 26 guys on the roster plus another handful that could be at any moment. And I do think that if you just said a name, any name, I have thoughts on that person. Do you know what I mean? Like, I almost, like, when we're doing our prep, and I don't know how you guys do exactly, I don't know what your what your process is for prepping at night, but when I start doing prep, oftentimes I'll just start thinking through the team, right? I'll just kind of go around like first base, second base, third base, short. What do I want to say at all these, but is there anything that jumps out to me? Starting pitching, who they're playing. I just kind of run through that litany of things. I do the same with the Seahawks. Cornerbacks, safeties, wide receivers, like just kind of where is there a story right now of something that interests me? And one of the cool things about where the Mariners are at right now is I feel like you could name any position, any player, and I got to take, like instantly. Like, oh, Randy Arozarena? Okay, let's go. Here's what I think about Randy right now. You can make a pretty good argument that Randy's been the best left fielder in baseball since the Mariners traded for him about a year ago. Yeah. After that first little stint where he struggled right when he got here, and I'm sure it was a weird situation for him, kind of what he was thrust into, he's been unbelievable. And this year, I think there's 3 or 4 things. I know we talked about him the other day, but the guy obviously worked hard on his defense. His defense has been much improved. The at-bats have been great. Yes, he still has those, what does Ryan call them, Randy swings?
Randy hacks.
Randy hacks, where he's looking to go yard.
You're entitled 2-0 to have a Randy hack.
And he has them on occasion. But he also combines them with really good at-bats, great patience. By all accounts, he's loved the move to the leadoff spot and has really embraced it. I did dig around looking for more info. Lyle, were you the one who said that that Julio and Victor were kind of getting on him for the defense?
That was the story I heard, that they just said, like, hey, we need a little bit more out of you out there this year.
So I did a little digging on that. I wanted to find out what the story was there. And here's the story I heard. I think I can repeat this. I don't think there's any reason I wouldn't. Essentially what it sounds like is they were doing some just sort of this is in spring training, talking through just getting prepared for every play, having that mental and physical routine pre-pitch before every single play to sort of get yourself into the right position. And it and this was Christopher Negron and like all the coaching staff going through it with the players. And it sounds like the players all said, okay, let's hold ourselves accountable to this. If we see each other not doing it, taking a play where we don't go through that pre-pitch routine, then let's hold each other accountable. And that happened early in the season and with Randy, or maybe it was even in spring training. And that's when that conversation occurred, and that they've all really now agreed, hey, this is how we're going to get better jumps. This is how we're all going to be better prepared. And those moments when, Brock, you know this better than anybody, when it's the team and the teammates holding each other accountable rather than the coaches, there's just no better way to achieve success. So
bad teams have no voice. Good teams have coach's voice. Great teams, elite teams, championship teams have players' voice. It's that simple, right? I mean, and that's my life experience. That's 100%. That's 100% truism, and that crosses over every locker room and clubhouse. Like, if there's no voice, you will never win a championship. If a coach is the one that's got to hold a hand and he's got to be the constant voice, there can be some great coaches' voices, and they have tremendous presence and they can elevate, and you can be a good team. But to be a championship team, you've got to have player-led voice. It's got to be a player-led locker room.
Well, I love that story then, because I think it really speaks to it. I don't think anybody expects Randy Arozarena to be one of the, vocal leaders of the Mariners. That's not who he is. It's not who he's ever been. But there are 2 parts of Randy's personality that I think we have seen come out over the course of this year. One is that whole idea of playoff Randy, right? And we sort of talked about it when they first acquired him. This is a guy who lives to play meaningful baseball. He's been unbelievable in those best moments. He does not shirk from the moment at all. And so I think that we saw it a little bit at the end of last year where he was one of the better hitters on the team. And as they've gotten better, he's gotten better. I don't think that's an accident this year. The other is, I think there were maybe some concerns that Randy was not a bad guy. I don't think that's right, but maybe just a little aloof.
Own space.
Is aloof the right word there?
Yes.
I'm sure Lyle can define it. That's part of his strength.
Lexicon?
Yeah, part of his lexicon. But I think that was sort of the concern, is that Randy was a little aloof, that nobody really knew him, that he didn't really want to be part of the team, that he kind of kept to himself. But then there was this sort of showy element once he got out on the field. And from everything I understand, and I'm not in the locker room of Clubhouse every day, I'm not on the planes, but it has just been the opposite with Randy, that he's fit right in. And I think that's a testament to the culture in that locker room, in that clubhouse. I think it is probably, and I wouldn't say this about every Spanish-speaking player, but I think in Randy's case, for a guy who does not speak a lot of English at all, having a good, solid nucleus of Spanish-speaking players in that clubhouse that he could relate to. Julio and Victor probably chief among them in that outfield, but not limited to them. I think Luis Castillo is a big part of that culture in the locker room and just a really good dude. I wonder if those are three of the better guys you're going to find in baseball, just in terms of being good dudes. Julio, Victor Robles, and Luis Castillo. You can't tell me that having those three guys around someone like Randy, who mostly only speaks Spanish, isn't helpful. And then, by the way, adding in someone like Manny Acton, we've talked about it before, who is a bilingual coach, I think is invaluable to bringing locker rooms and clubhouses together. I get the sense that Randy has ended up being a really important figure for this team for all of those reasons.
Yeah, I think some of my challenges with the ups and the downs, especially last year with Randy, was that same conversation we had about Riq Woolen. It's probably my same bias / judgment I have on a lot of people, that, you need a sense of urgency. It's why I love Josh Naylor so much. It's why I love everything we've heard about Josh Naylor. That, the old school mentality is you're in on every pitch. You do. You watch everything. You got to be keen on that. You can't just tune out. You can't just be in Randy land. You can't just not have a sense of urgency for every play and every pitch. And that story, that anecdote, I think speaks to some of that, right? No, man, you can't take it off. Can't take it, because that moment you take off is that moment the ball seems to find you. So that sense of urgency, has been higher, and it looks and feels differently for every player. So I've got to be careful through my optics to always judge that. Having said that, do you know where he sits right now in all of baseball for left fielders when it comes to ESPN's WAR?
ESPN's WAR? I don't know who's they use.
Well, whatever that is, it's not the F WAR that I think.
So it's probably B WAR. Okay.
Yes. The F WAR is way better to me than the B WAR, but I'll use B WAR here because
Brock beat me to this. I'll let you try and answer it because I was going to ask you the same thing.
Where does Randy sit in terms of left fielders this season?
Right now, yes, this season, all left fielders.
Second?
No, he's tied with Kyle Schwarber. He's first.
Yeah.
No, he's first. Kyle Schwarber's a DH. I'm not even
That's
counting
true. Kyle Schwarber's not a left fielder. I mean, if you want to say that, then he's
first.
I'll tell you what else Randy does. I mean, just since we're talking
4,
about him.
By the way, 4. He's on his way to being
pretty good.
5 WAR player.
And by F WAR, he's third behind only Kyle Stowers, All-Star, and Cody Bellinger. And it's not by very much.
And if you were to probably go to the trade deadline last year, those numbers probably wouldn't change all that much. If you were to look at the last calendar year instead of just, this season, I bet those numbers are probably pretty similar because we got to see a lot of that from Randy. And he brings it in the outfield, and he's been bringing it on the base paths, and he brings it at the plate, and now he's leading off. I love him. Lyle, I loved your comp earlier of George Springer as a similar style leadoff hitter and kind of what they bring to the table, where they've got some pop, they can get on base, they can steal second if they're there. I think that's a perfect comp of what we've seen, and he is a lot like a young George Springer. Not necessarily what you're getting now, but the George Springer that was with the Astros. That's a very good cop to Randy Arozarena.
That's the type of guy I love seeing hit leadoff, which probably doesn't shock you because I know I'm a very new school baseball person. But rather than having the Chandler Simpsons of the world up at the top of the lineup, which I know the Rays do because he steals a ton of bases and is the fastest player in the game, I'd rather see the guy that has true threat at the threat potential at the top of the lineup with power, with the ability to walk. You can steal if you need him to steal. George Springer felt I don't know if trailblazer is the right word, but he felt like one of the first in the new era to kind of set that tone. Yeah. Now you see Acuna hit leadoff. I know when Kelnick came up, they had that idea with him to hit him leadoff. That sort of idea of having a threat at the top of the lineup.
How many games have the Mariners played this year so far?
119.
119? Randy's played in 117 of them.
Yep.
Dude posts too. Hasn't been hurt, plays every day. You can just write him in the lineup in left field every single day. Those things are really, really valuable, man.
Pretty remarkable when you look at the numbers. His next home run, and you'll hear Ricky do that, it's going to be on this road trip inevitably. It's a pretty hitter-friendly park. So his next home run will be a season high, career high.
He's never done 24 before.
Never hit 24 bombs in a season.
Isn't that remarkable?
It's kind of crazy. I would have thought that would have been around 30. I would have thought he had a year around 30 or more. Nope, 23 has been his career high.
I think for Randy, this has to be awesome. This is a guy who we know loves to play, he's the playoff Randy thing. Well, instead of playing in Tampa Bay where there's no juice, no love, no nothing, this guy was looking around over the weekend with the 40,000 plus every day and the Ichiro thing and the team winning and the crowd going crazy. I'm going to guess that the Randy who was maybe a little struck and shocked when he was traded out of his home 3,000 plus miles away, as far away from Tampa as you could possibly get here to the Northwest. I'm wondering if he's starting to like it a little bit here and liking the situation that he's in and liking the style of baseball that's being played around him. So there's a few minutes on Randy. I could honestly, you could give me a name, any name, and I could just start going and talking about that player. We spent some time on Cole Young. Let's come back to him for a minute. Because I think there's a lot to be said for, okay, he's now 22. Somebody told me to do better. He's 22. He turned 22 10 days ago or something. Like,
Seriously,
this is his age 21 season.
How hard is it to look online?
All right. Well, when you look online at Baseball Reference and you look on the left, it says 21 because this is his age 21 season. In any event, 21, just turned 22. The maturity of Cole Young has really been spectacular. And I did think about it a little bit last night as I was going through writing this column about the Mariners offense and how good it's been. And you can read it at seattlesports.com. Trying to go back and think about Dustin Ackley and think about Mike Zunino and think about Jared Kelnick and think about Kyle Lewis and some of the other big Mariner prospect hitters that have been called up over the last decade plus. And it wasn't as bad as I thought. I thought I was going to find all of those guys had to hit in the top 5 of the order right away, and they didn't. They all spent time at the bottom of the order. Justin Smoke would be another one. They were not all immediately called up and thrown into the top 5. But I think Jeff said it right today when all of those guys were thought of as saviors in some way. They were all supposed to come up, and throw Julio in there as well. They were all supposed to come up and change the franchise. And in no way does anyone expect that of Cole Young. He is not being asked to change the franchise at all. All he was asked to do was come up, play second base, hit 9th in the order, and contribute a little bit, just be himself. And as it turns out, that allows him to go 1 for 20 without anybody batting an eyelash because you got bigger things going on with the rest of the team that's hitting. Mm-hmm. And guess what? He comes out of the 1 for 20, and he's been unbelievable ever since. So, yeah, I don't know so much that it's that the Mariners put him in a better position to succeed than those other guys, so much as it's easier to break in a young player on a team that is good than on a bad one. Just that simple, because there's no expectation that they have to be a savior.
You know who he feels like, and not in personality, but in this conversation. And it just kind of hit me as you ran through all those names, a name you didn't mention there that I think is probably the closest comp, a guy that was a second baseman in college, a guy that was the second wheel to Dustin Ackley, but a guy who came up. This is kind of giving me those Kyle Seager
Totally
vibes.
agree.
Personality is different, obviously, but then Kyle, was kind of fun, and he grew into obviously a third baseman. But he came up and in 53 games, his rookie year there, way back in 2011, at age 23, so a year and a half older. But he came up and kind of did what our guy's doing. He hit 258, OPS of nearly 700, 98 OPS plus. Just and Cole's been even a little above that, but that would be the vibe that I kind of get. And you tell me that Cole Young is going to have a Kyle Seager career for the next 7, 8, 9 years and solidify a position that's been nothing but a revolving door. Sign me up and sign it twice on Sundays.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's 2 players. We could have done it with 26 of them, quite frankly.
Dylan Moore.
Probably not going to be here forever. I mean, yeah, all right, maybe not quite 26, but pretty close to it anyway. Let's answer some questions.
Is Brock and Salk. Answer the question, jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer the question, jerk. Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk.
I'm going to start it on here. So.
Okay. Yeah.
I heard Will Compton, I think last week, made this point. He and Taylor Lewan. He tweeted about it, and I couldn't agree more, and it just went kind of crazy viral. Kids are going back to school, different states, different times, but this week in some places.
What?
Yeah.
It's early August.
Yeah. It's mid-August. Thursday, first day of school. And the haircut that has unfortunately stuck around now for the last couple years amongst high school and junior high boys, I just flat out
The alpaca thing?
It's horrific.
Yeah.
I got his haircut this morning, and I'm like, oh, please, just And I gently nudged him yesterday. Look at all these elite quarterbacks. You don't see alpaca haircuts. Alpaca. Like,
doesn't Jackson Dart kind of have that?
Again, all these elite quarterbacks.
All right, but he's had a really good start in New York. I mean, the future is the alpaca, Brock.
No.
It might be.
No. I'm really looking forward to the day that trend changes. Answer the question, Jerk. When and who and how does that trend change? Because it looks horrific. And I didn't say anything to him today. He came back.
I don't mind it that much.
Oh, it's awful.
You're
going to look back in 10 years and go, why didn't somebody tell me how stupid that looked?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyhow,
All right.
I'll move along. I digress.
Let's see what the people are asking today. Any chances of extending Josh Naylor, or is he gone after we win the World Series? I think there are chances. I don't think that you'll do it before the end of the season, though. I just think he just got here. I think he wants to concentrate on playing baseball, not talking
give him a
contract.
5-year, $110 million deal. He talked 9 figures, not 8 figures, 9 figures. You go in 5 years and
I mean, easy for me to say. I don't know whether you would need to. I think he's probably in the just under 100 million range, somewhere in that 80 to 95 million range is my guess. But yeah, I probably would, just because I think he's perfect for the Mariners. Perfect. And the one thing that they really need is a first baseman.
And the one guy that I really like to help shape all these other young dudes that are going to come up, play the game like that guy does.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I love the edge that he brings. Let's see, Jerks, which has more influence, a Brocklamation or a Salklamation? I don't think there's ever been a Salklamation.
You've gone soft.
That must be
Would
it.
you have an edict and then something else?
I have the Salk Doctrine.
Maura, you sound so stuffed up. Are you okay?
Oh, poor Maura.
No, I have allergies.
Maura's having a tough day. She can barely breathe back there. Poor Maura.
You know what I learned? I had to take a CPR class to be, I'm not even going to mention to be what. I had to take a CPR training class.
Okay.
Do you know that on infants, what you're supposed to do, mouth to mouth wise?
I don't.
So, child, you use, you can still use you don't have to go quite as hard. Adults, you need to really get in there.
Okay.
An infant, you use just 2 fingers on their little, not fully formed sternum. And it's mouth over nose and mouth.
Oh, you do the whole thing.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Like was it your grandmother who used to suck the snot out?
No, that was David Thornton's grandmama in rural North Carolina.
Honestly, every time I hear that, it makes me want to vomit right here on the air. So disgusting. It's the most disgusting thing ever.
My allergies made you think of the baby CPR story?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want all that snot out of your nose. I want you taking care of more. I want it ended.
Enough. Lyle, what is something you know more about than these jerks?
A whole lot.
Like what?
What?
TikTok trends?
Okay.
Is that where all the sorority girls are doing right now down south? Is that all on TikTok?
Oh, I don't know.
Shoot. You don't know.
Hip hop.
The only thing you said you knew more about, Brock just embarrassed you in it.
Well, I named one thing: modern hip hop music.
Modern hip hop?
Yeah.
You probably know more about that. Hip hop in general? Maura knows more than you do.
That's why I said modern hip hop.
That's a very niche category.
Sure is.
Well, question was asked and I'm answering.
All right, very niche.
Of nothing but auto-tune and synthesizers. You should be real proud of that.
Mumbling. Jerks, what do you admire or respect most about your co-host? Wow. We only have 5 minutes.
Salk's loyalty.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome.
I do have some of that.
It does get him in some trouble every once in a while. And I love his loyalty. It's truly one of your greatest attributes.
I would say Brock's...
And you are what you say you are. So when someone golfs with you and spends a day with you, they're like, dang, that's the same dude I listen to every morning.
That's Salk, yeah.
That's my guy.
Well, I would put some of the same on you. I would say authenticity and faith and the way you combine those two. I love and often talk about how Brock comes from a very different background from me, but I just have so much respect for the way he lives his life according to the morality that he has faith in. And there's no phoniness about it. He doesn't talk one way and act another. And I think there are some people of faith who do that. Brock is not one of them, and I have a lot of respect for it.
Try to walk it, talk it, walk it, talk it.
Mostly.
Walk it, talk it. Try it.
You know who sings that? Lyle?
Walk it, talk it, talk it.
It's Migos, Lyle. Where you been?
You didn't even give me a chance
Well,
to answer.
I'm just saying, if this is Jeopardy, you got to ring in. That's Migos.
I know it's Migos.
No, you don't. You don't know anything.
No.
Start rattling off other Migos songs.
No, I don't need to. I've already proven myself today.
Are we going to let people know who's coming in studio tomorrow?
Who is coming in studio tomorrow?
What?
Oh, well, we talked about this, didn't we?
Oh, yeah. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
Oh, yes.
Lyle might have some backup.
Lyle's
Or maybe they'll jump in. I don't know.
dad and brother?
Do you think they communicate the same way he does?
Or whatever. They just say, I don't know, you can be here or whatever. Like my dad, my brother, whatever. They're all going to be here or whatever.
Et cetera, et cetera.
That's funny.
Yeah, they're going to stop by for a little while.
Good one. Good one. More, you want a fantasy question?
Oh, sure. It's a little early, but let's see.
Question for Maura, who's decidedly not a jerk. Fantasy football question. And eventually Maura will start answering these more regularly. 12-team Superflex with optional 2 keepers that slot 2 rounds ahead of where drafted last
Is
year.
that your fantasy football nerd voice?
Yep. Pick 2 of 3. Jordan Love in the 9th round, TJ Hawkinson in the 13th round, Michael Penix in the 14th.
Gosh.
More, remember, it's a 12-team Superflex.
I'll take Penix in the 14th.
Okay.
They said, pick 2 of 3?
Yeah.
I'll go Penix and, did you say it was a 2-quarterback league?
It's optional 2 keepers that slot 2 rounds ahead of where they're drafted last year.
I'll go Penix and Hawkinson. That's a lot of a...
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here. Let's see. Jerks. I really want to know Salk's thoughts on the current situation with the band Sublime. I know he's a big fan. They're touring again with Bradley's son as the frontman. Curious if you're planning to attend the show and just generally what you think. So it is a really interesting story, and the kid sounds just like Bradley, which is amazing. I am very, very lucky. I'm one of the only people I know who had an opportunity to see Sublime before Bradley died. I was about to be 18 and had to talk my way into the 18-plus show at Mamakin in Boston. I first gave a fake ID, and the guy was like, get the heck out of here. And then I came back and was like, please, I don't want to drink. Just let me in. And the guy was like, if I see you at the bar, I'm going to personally haul you out and beat the crap out of you. I was like, I just want to see the band. And he let me in, even though I wasn't 18 yet. They were awesome, put on an amazing show. They are one of my favorite bands. I love this. I never saw them with Rome because I thought that was not really a thing. But the kid sounds Jacob, right? His kid sounds so much like him. I think I'm into it, and I may end up going in September when they're at Marymore. Yeah, kind of like to. $90 feels like a lot for that, though.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, suck it up.
With his kid, it'd be one thing if it was Bradley, but $90 to see the kid.
Come on,
dude.
You fill your tank for $90.
I know, but that's a lot of money for that. I think they're overreaching a little.
Have you seen another band with a new front man?
I saw Alice in Chains open for somebody with their front man. I've not seen Journey. No, I think that might be it. Maybe just Alice in Chains. Yeah.
You got one more quick one?
Better lunch or snack, tacos or loaded nachos? It's a hard one. I'm going to go loaded nachos.
I think I would too.
Yeah. All right, we got to go. We got to get out of here.
Tacos.
Walking like a taco.
Or snack. Nachos
Taco.
are more snacky. They're both great options.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a hard choice, but which is better? If we're playing which is better, I'm going loaded nachos.
Whatever.
Or whatever. I can't wait to see Lyle's family tomorrow. It's going to be great. The Goldsteins will be here. And stick around for Bump and Stacy coming up next. I got a couple takes for you guys tomorrow. Our buddy Carrington Harrison's going to join
play
us.
that Joe Madden take tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll
like
do
that.
We got that tomorrow. We got a lot.
Nice.
All right, let's get out of here. Bump and Stacy up next. We'll see you at 6. Until then, the hay.
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who needs to have a big week 2 of the preseason?
Damian Martinez, he got to play. Halani had 7 carries. Damian Martinez had 6, and Halani just outperformed. It could be the combination with the offensive line or whatnot. This is what preseason is all about. You're competing. Yes, you're on the same team. Yes, you want your buddy to have some success, but you're competing for that number 3 spot.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
It's Jet City Harley's sign and ride event. No cash down needed. Rates as low as 1.49% APR on select Harleys. Put no cash down, sign, and right away on your new Harley from Jet City Harley. Save thousands on interest at Jet City Harley Davidson. Under credit on new 2024 Lowrider ST, Lowrider S for Roguelike 3 models. See dealer for details.
What is that sound?
Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Overburdened with a bunch of stuff you don't want anymore, but feel bad throwing it away? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We prioritize donating and recycling. We'll help get your items to those in need instead of going to the landfill. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. It's time to reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, ma'am, come with me. Let me show you. And then have him come back and not dress me down. It's just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details, on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners are back today, opening up a 3-game series against the Baltimore Orioles on the road. George Kirby's on the mound for Game 1. First pitch at 3:35 p.m. Pre-game show starts at 2:30 right here on Seattle Sports. Packers quarterback Jordan Love underwent surgery to repair a torn ligament in his left thumb, an injury he suffered on the final play of the Packers preseason game. Thankfully for Green Bay, it's his non-throwing arm, so he's good to go for Week 1.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
What is happening?
Had a lot of coffee this morning. Bump and I are live from Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Our coverage of Seahawks training camp brought to you by The Landing in Renton. We have a lot of really fun Mariners stuff to get to, and that is coming your way in less than 30 minutes. Tim Kirkjian explains why the Mariners can win a World Series, plus the latest from Jeff Passan. So hang tight if that's what you're waiting for. Also, the Mariners are back today after an off day, so excited for that earlier start for this game coming up at 3:35. Before we get to it, Bump, when we looked at the Seahawks team, I was going to say on like July 1st or whatever, but you know, easily the same thing applies to like April 1st. We're always asking different questions because you're looking at a different team. You've got different problems. You got different answers. And so with that brings some different concerns, some different things to be excited about. So I thought that we would today, on our last day out at training camp, kind of re-examine what are the questions we have right now. We've been watching this team for a couple weeks. And for that matter, when it comes to off-season activities for a couple months, our questions have changed. There are some questions that have been answered, and there are some new ones we have. So it is August 12th, I think, according to my calculations. Here are our biggest Seahawks questions right now. If you guys want to join in, 866-979-3776 on the text line Bump. One of your biggest Seahawks questions now on August 12th.
It's not a new one, but I think it's going to sort itself out. Who's going to be your right guard?
Yeah.
Got Anthony Bradford, who played last year, 52% of the snaps. Haynes played 15% of the snaps, and Sundell played 5%, but he played tackle. But they have him on the depth chart right now, pretty much everywhere. Him and Michael Jarrell are the guys who are bouncing around. And as Big Ray always says, he wants a guy with a PhD at the position. So I'm wondering who the guard is going to be. Last week, we saw Zabel get his reps. We saw Abe get his reps. So this week against the Chiefs, I'm going to zone in more on that offensive line and see what's going down there. It's an open competition. Bradford had 10 penalties last year. Haynes had 2 penalties. They're both ranked as crazy, 118th out of 136 when it comes to the guard position. That's Bradford, 117th out of 137. When you look at Haynes as PFF, you take those stats for what you want. But yeah, I'm looking at the guard. How is this offensive line going to look? We feel like Oluwatimi's going to be the guy. Zabel's going to be the guy. Abe and Cross. There's an open position at that right guard, or open competition at that right guard spot. What's it going to look like? Because this offense is going to be predicated on the run. It's going to be predicated on the offensive line executing the zone and pass protecting. So, yes, Anthony Bradford, can you be the guy that we see a lot of the times? I watch film and talk to Big Ray, and he loves how physical Anthony Bradford is, but at times he tends to fade. You know, he tends to lose his technique a little bit. His base isn't as sturdy and wide as Big Ray would like it to be. So, yes, I'm looking at the O-line as usual for the past 15 years here, it feels like. You're looking at the offensive line, trying to figure out what's going to be the starting lineup come week 1.
You know what kind of spin I'll put on that one is sometimes having the same question weeks or months later can also be telling. You know what I mean? Like, one of the things that we were thinking heading into camp is I really hope we kind of figure out who this starting offensive line is, like all of those questions answered, all 5 spots. I hope that we have that answered before week 1. I hope that we're not heading into week 1 going, so, hey, Mike, who's going to be starting at right guard? We're just curious.
Right.
We're wondering what you guys are doing there. So I think having the same question can actually be really telling and can continue to kind of tell the story for us, because you're right, we're still figuring it out. There might be like a nod you're giving and Ray's giving to Anthony Bradford here, but that's still an unsettled position.
What if we do get to